with less than 36 hours before Rigathi Gachagua faces his accusers.
.5 SpiceFM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Everybody, welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Nyeri Latifa, Muga, Madam Du, nimesalamia wote sana.
Tumepokea salamu, asante sana.
Hapa Garissa today the weather is very good, only that baridi inatupeleka mbio sana.
Baridi ni degree ngapi hapa?
Hata sijui lakini madam tunakauka sana.
If you want to follow the money trail, you've got to think like a thief to be able to catch that thief.
A slap from a friend is better than a kiss from an enemy. You remember the kiss of Judas Iscariot? Iscariot.
Yes.
Is the one that imetuweka kwa hii mashida yote na mataabu kwa sababu of that kiss. Yet the slap of Jesus Christ when he slapped those guys wenye walikuwa nauza mboga ndani ya kanisa took them to heaven.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
You tuned into Kenya's biggest conversation. My name is Ramanya.
Amen. Amen.
So 1 hour is over?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
It gets over.
Can you imagine
in 20 minutes.
What the big boys have also done?
I'm very proud of myself.
When you understand about partnership in politics, it's like the way marriage is these days. When you're looking for a wife, you're like, oh, maybe you can help me pay for fees as I pay for the rent.
Why should you have a lioness living in your bedroom?
I have to tell you a story. I went for a prayer meeting, which was called for the spouses of candidates for senators and governors. And when I got to the gate, the lady who was the secretary, she refused to, she's telling me, no. Leo tunataka wa mama. Leo ni wa mama. I'm telling her, no. She said, no, siyo siku yenu. And I thought, there's a problem here, because if it was a man, but this was a lady.
It will be called First Ladies until you change the name.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
When you're impeached, you're impeached. When you're sentenced, you're sentenced. Until the sentence is...
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. With less than 36 hours before Rigathi Gachagua faces his accusers in Parliament, the embattled Deputy President says part of the multi-billion shilling property linked to him belongs to his late brother and former Nyeri Governor Nderitu Gachagua. In an affidavit sent to the Clerk of the National Assembly by late Nderitu Gachagua's lawyers Mwai Madenge and Njoroge Regeru, Vipingo Beach Resort Limited, which is among assets listed in the impeachment motion as having been acquired with public resources, fully belonged to his late brother. However, speaking in a church service at Karen, Gachagua also pleaded with Kenyans to forgive him if his remarks were offensive.
So my brother President William Ruto, if in our zeal to work I have wronged you, please find it in your heart to forgive me. I want to say, if my spouse in our duties for the boy child and our program has wronged you in any way, find it in your heart to forgive her. To our members of parliament, If in the course of duty, through our utterances and actions, we have in one way or another upset you, all wronged you, find it in your heart to forgive me.
Gachagua has also expressed confidence in the court, saying that in his judgment, justice will be served.
It is my observation that we have a very patriotic judiciary, a judiciary that upholds the rule of law and the Constitution and always upholds the supremacy of our Constitution. And I believe that Kenya will be a country of the rule of law. My first advocates and the children, I want to apologize as a politician that your names are everywhere for no reason. Your privacy has been defiled.
His remarks come at a time that President William Ruto has called on the church to pray for peace in the nation, especially now that Gachagua's impeachment has sparked tension.
Continue to pray for our nation, continue to pray for the unity of Kenya, the prosperity of Kenya, and that all of us as Kenyans will know the will of God, will look for the will of God, pray for the will of God and the will of God to persist and to be accomplished in Kenya.
Meanwhile, the National Assembly will today continue reviewing the opinions of Kenyans regarding Gachagua's motion of impeachment. The review is being done before the sessions continue tomorrow in Parliament buildings. In the opinion-gathering activity held for 2 consecutive days, Kenyans expressed mixed opinions, some supporting the move while others strongly opposed it. Gachagua has already appointed a panel of lawyers to defend him against 11 charges brought against him, including corruption, misuse of office, as well as major violations of the Constitution. Kibwezi West MP Mutuse Mwengi is the sponsor of the motion, whose draft was signed by 191 MPs. That's the news wire. I'm Lea Ubaga.
SpiceFM, Nyeri.
You tune into Kenya's biggest conversation. My name is Ramanya.
Amen. Amen.
So 1 hour is over?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
It gets over
Can you imagine
in 20 minutes.
What the big boys have also done?
I'm very proud of myself.
When you understand about partnership in politics, it's like the way marriage is these days. When you're looking for a wife, you're like, oh, maybe you can help me pay for fees as I pay for the rent.
Why should you have a lioness living in your bedroom?
I have to tell you a story. I went for a prayer meeting, which was called for the spouses of candidates for senators and governors. And when I got to the gate, the lady who was the secretary, she refused to. She's telling me, no. Leo tunataka wa mama. Leo ni wa mama. I'm telling her, no. She said, no, sio siku yenu. And I thought, there's a problem here, because if it was a man, but this was a lady.
It will be called First Ladies until you change the name.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Okay, what's happening on the roads? Nothing much yet. It's still too early in the morning, so we'll be looking at how the roads will be looking like later. All we know is that, of course, the usual times, as this is the area around Wakulima Market is busy, but after that, everything else is okay. It's moving. Thika Superhighway, Juja Road, they're all moving. Kangundo Road is also moving, heading towards town. So let's see how they'll be looking like. In about half an hour.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
How are you doing? Welcome to Monday. It's the 7th day of October 2024. It's Eric and City Ndu has gone to Nigeria for the coronation of a new king in her hood. City, how are you?
The way you said it, it's like Nigeria is getting a new king.
Yes, Nigeria is getting a new king.
Actually, yes. Broadly speaking, yes. Specifically speaking, it is that neck of the wood where Ndu's mom comes from.
Yes.
That is getting a new king.
Yes.
Yes, I am well, though.
You are?
I'm actually very well.
Good.
And yourself?
Mimi sauti. Emelete mambo ile ingine. Yeah. I haven't talked at all for the whole weekend since Friday. And now I can still hear myself doing like that.
Bro.
Uko
sawa? Sauti tu ndio iko shida.
Sauti iko na maneno.
Leta shida.
Iko na maneno. Acha tuone kama italeta shida yoyote ama kutaendaje. Ama kutaendaje. You had a restful weekend?
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
I did. Did quite a bit of reading.
Very good. Very good. That's important.
Sio ni muhimu.
Yeah, ni muhimu sana. What were you reading?
Nothing, just newspaper. Note, I began by saying nothing.
Just newspaper.
Just newspaper. There's some books I've been reading. I was reading while I was on leave. I touched one and somehow I didn't feel like reading it.
Roho yako
niliwachana nayo.
Ikufurahia sana.
Yes.
Ukaona azi.
So I stuck to something a little more serious like a newspaper.
What did the newspapers have apart from Gachagua?
Apart from Gachagua, not much, man. That's the whole thing. You see, anyone looking at the Kenyan paper can actually get depressed. Because once he's doom, dreariness, darkness, very little room for celebration, really.
Yeah.
And then there are a lot of good things that are happening. But one thing which I observed is how we in the media, or rather what we in the media focus our attention on. Yes. Because we have determined that this Gachagua issue must take center stage in every discussion that is taking place in this country.
Yeah.
And yet, there are discussions that were taking place before this matter of the impeachment, and they haven't gone away. Yes. And they were just as important, if not far, far, far more important, if you look at the import of it all.
Yes.
So, you see, the question I was asking myself is, what is it when you have two people, president and a deputy, who speak Christianese all the time? They speak Christianese, they profess Christianese, and here we are. Not only are they hurling stones at each other, they're hurling boulders.
Kabisa.
The president is very quiet, but it's a presidency. So unfortunately, anything that touches on one of them touches on both of them.
Yes.
And I wonder why they haven't seen it.
Yep.
Because like now, this matter of the impeachment has raised the bar for public participation. Now you think of other issues that are of a national concern that one will say, why are we not having this sort of debate on it?
And that's what Kenyans were asking on Friday when they showed up for the public participation hearings. Yes. They said, okay, do you really think that this is what is most important? In fact, if you want us to talk about them, then forget what.
Yes.
You know? Because the issues that really matter to us are still affecting us.
Yes.
We're going to hospital, we are being turned back. Our children are being kicked out of school.
Yes.
You know, all these things are still happening to us. And then you come and tell us, in fact, that you're going to spread all these conversations around the country about the impeachment. Fagia wote. Friday was a big one.
I don't know, it was huge.
The new terminologies came up. Fagia wote, kufa makanga, kufa dereva.
Yes.
You know.
Consider, another question we asked in the week, do they know what they've set in motion? Because now the issue of the airport has come up. Everything that has had the component of public participation mentioned in it have come up. Anything of national import, why is it that it was not given this level of attention?
Yes.
Yes.
But it's a good thing that they did this, because now they can't turn back.
Oh, this one doesn't have reverse gear. Like this sheer thing. My friend, it is a question.
It's a big one.
Why is it that we didn't have this sort of attention for this thing, which is so important to us?
And that's why we'll be discussing the Shia thing at 8 a.m. We'll have invited the chairperson of the Social Health Authority, Shah, Dr. Mohammed Abdi, to come and talk to us about what's going on. So they released a press statement yesterday on the updates. They said, people who have gone to hospital and they've been turned away or they've been asked to pay cash, we are going to refund them as the Social Health Authority. And going forward, we have agreed with all healthcare providers, all the service providers, that this is what we are going to do. The statement was signed by private hospitals, by faith-based hospitals, by medics, the doctors and all, and they said we're now on the same page. But he will come and we'll open the phone lines for people to tell him what they're going through.
Yes.
So from 8 a.m., you will have a chance to speak to the chairman of the Social Health Authority and tell him what you're going through. Have you gone to a health facility? Are you not getting the services? He will be answering those questions. That's 8 o'clock. At 7 o'clock, Kufa Dereva Kufa Makanga is a conversation that's happening right now. And so that is what we shall be having at 7, when we are joined by Morara Kebaso, who is a lawyer and a civic educator. He will come and tell us what's going on. Remember, he turned up at the Bomas of Kenya. And then alipewa kiti, lakini si akae.
Vile tulivyoona alipewa
viti mingi. Wakamwambia chukua hiyo kiti, and he had to leave. Now, what's been happening since then? Morara Kebaso, 7 a.m. Dr. Mohammed Abdi, 8 a.m. 17 after 6. Let's take a look at the weather.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day.
Seal the deal every day with the all-in-one plan from Safaricom. Get data, minutes, and SMS all-in-one on-the-go monthly bundle plan from Safaricom. Tune into the Situation Room every Monday to Friday as we unpack the all-in-one monthly plan from Safaricom. Safaricom is for you.
The weather with SpiceFM.
It is now slow as ever. So I had seen the weather earlier. It's going to be a cold day in Nairobi, highs of 23. Mombasa is also going to be looking... Lydiah, close these things. Mombasa is also going to be warming up later today, highs of 25. Malindi highs of 28. Kisumu highs of 24. And then we look at Nyeri. Nyeri is going to be a warm day, highs of 24. Kakamega highs of 23. Eldoret highs of 22. Let's talk about Kinshasa, highs of 30. Addis Ababa, highs of 25. Lagos is going to be a warm day, highs of 28. And London is going to be warming up to highs of 25. It's currently quite cold in London. It's also cold in Paris, but also it'll be warming up. New York, it's a cold night. It's a warm night, actually. And temperatures are currently at 24, but then cooling off as they go.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM.
Online, but we'll be saying hello to them shortly. First of all, let's hear the day's proverb, City.
We are in the Kingdom of Morocco. For the next couple of weeks, we'll be looking at countries who are in what we call the Maghreb region of North Africa. Okay? Just to mention, they are, if we include the disputed territory of Western Sahara, there are 6 nations.
In the Maghreb?
Yes. Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, Libya, Mauritania, and Western Sahara.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
Now,
so we start with the Kingdom of Morocco.
We start with the Kingdom of Morocco.
Very good.
We'll tell you about the king. We might even mention the queen if you like, and so forth tomorrow.
How many queens are there in Morocco?
Queens? I only know of one.
Okay.
Yes. Have you heard that the number was added?
I don't know.
I only know of one.
I don't know.
Yes.
But it's a Muslim kingdom.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. What happens in
So
any
has
of
the
these
king
kingdoms?
chosen to only marry one wife?
I also don't know, because when you ask a question, then I go to the kingdom of Saudi. You know nothing about the queen.
Yeah. You only know of the crown prince.
Yes, you do not know whether they are crown princesses. Who are you don't know.
There's only one crown prince.
Yes.
Who is the son of, I think, wife number 3 of the king.
Yes.
And the sons of the wife number 1 and 2 died.
Yes. Do you know the name of even wife number 3? No.
Nope.
Do you know wife number 2? No. Do you know wife number 1? All right. If you were told that a dog had run off with your ear, would you run after the dog first or search for your ear?
If you are told that the dog has... If you are told, you have to be told.
Well, let's say that...
The fact that you have to be told that the dog has run off with your ear, that's problem number 1. If you are told that the dog has run off with your ear, would you run off after the dog?
Or would you first search for your ear?
Well, if the dog has run off with the ear, then the dog has the ear, so you run off after the dog.
This proverb is interesting because, first of all, you have to be told, as you correctly put it, and it's your ear. And then after you've been told, then you decide, okay, is it really there? Did the dog actually run off with it, or did it fall somewhere off? So we have to ask, what sort of ear do you have? And that's the proverb.
Yes. That's a good one.
Yes.
Okay, let's look at the headlines, shall we? Let me tell you what's on the Standard this morning. TSC in radical shuffle of its top officials. That they've given it on page 3. So senior officials and counties and constituencies have been moved around. Morale.
Yule jamaa Morale, tuambie amefanya nini bwana?
Morale job cuts impede tax collection.
Alikumejaribu lakini
kabisa.
Weekend ilikuwaje lakini?
Haya. Man U and Chelsea failed to grab 3 points. Nothing new there. Today is the 7th of October. On this day last year, Hamas did the thing, right? They launched a multiple-fronted attack on Israel. From the sea, they crossed they flew in, they broke the wall, they walked in, they used piki bodabodas. These guys. Why October 7 unnerves Israel leaders? This is a big day. So are they likely to do something in commemoration of that day? Are you likely to see some new attack? Could Iran do something just to say today is 7th of October? You know? So today, Israel is just like this. And of course, they've got to remember that over 1,000 people were killed on this one day. When job search goes so wrong, what was supposed to be a life-changing opportunity for 3 fishermen has turned out to be a nightmare in foreign land. Where? I'll tell you about that story, which is how 3 Kenyan fishermen are suffering in foreign detention camps. The fishermen were ensnared in a trap with the promise of a 40,000 shilling salary. They are detained in Madagascar for allegedly fishing illegally in the country's waters. Where? Health and science today, what it takes to battle 4 cancers. Jane Frances is battling not just 1, but 4 different types of cancer. Each time facing the reality of costly, extensive treatment in her quest to avoid death. Can you imagine? 4 different types of cancer. This is just too much. The national news, state moves to weed out ghost workers. Public Service CS Justin Muturi pledged to deploy technology in his grand plan to manage human resources by June next year, a process initiated by the president. Yeah. Headline in the Standard today, Ruto locks out his friends. Rattled by recent political events in the country, President William Ruto, previously an open and affable leader, is tightening control, enforcing strict access protocols, and reshuffling long-serving staff. Allies need permission to see him. Something that Felix Koskei, who's the head of public service, said, that despite the provisions of the act that State House is a protected area, several issues have been observed within State House, compromising its security. Higher. Meanwhile, Gachagua pleads for forgiveness. I may have wronged the president. I ask him to forgive me. To all members of parliament, if I have wronged you in performance of my duties, kindly find it in your heart to forgive me. That's The Standard. The Daily Nation. It's thick today. It has how many pages, this Daily Nation? My goodness, 44 pages. Higher. Baby Ariana in new fight for her life after a miraculous surgery. How transition to new health system was bungled. Coopet digs in push for higher pay for exam markers. Why Eric Ten Hag is living on borrowed time at Old Trafford. That's a Manchester United manager. Inside 4 billion shilling Nairobi hospital boardroom wars. Court filings have now revealed some of the secrets behind a vicious and unique battle for the heart and soul of Nairobi hospital, as its owners fight to eject the 13 people they initially trusted to ensure the facility lives up to its reputation as one of the best medical service providers in sub-Saharan Africa. Kumekuwa kikiumana at Nairobi hospital, and the Nation has that story. The headline in the Daily Nation today: Gachagwa's last options. Please forgive me. Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua yesterday made an impassioned plea for forgiveness, even as his team sought ways of fighting the impeachment motion against him. With MPs expected to vote on the matter tomorrow, will President William Ruto play his hand and save his embattled DP? More stories. How public hearings on ouster motion turned against Ruto. And they're also doing a story on curse of the deputies. Why Kibaki's troubled tenure as Moi's VP. Kibaki was Moi's VP for 10 years. Ilikuwa topsy-turvy. Tell us what's in the Business Daily, the Star, the People Daily.
That I will do. If we look at, let me start with the Business Daily, shall I?
Okay.
Treasury boss declines U.S. envoy job amid Adani deals. Okay. Kirigua cites unfavorable terms for declining post. Role in the spotlight in the wake of Adani JKI proposal. Gosh. All right. Fresh produce export.
Who's the treasury boss?
No. This is not. Let me just read it for you. Shall I?
Okay.
The Americans know him as Deputy Chief of Mission at the Kenyan Embassy in Washington, D.C. But Kenyans know him as the Director General of the Public-Private Partnership at the Treasury and the Chief Explainer of the controversial deal in which the Indian billionaire Gautam Adani wants to manage and develop Jomo Kenyatta International Airport under a 30-year lease. His name is Christopher Kirigua, a man who might be having an enviable job of holding 2 Plum State jobs. Okay? Umeshika hiyo sasa?
Umeshika.
Very good.
So it's Chris Kirigua. I remember he has been appointed by President Ruto to be Kenya's deputy ambassador at in the US, Washington. So and then and he hasn't left his post yet.
No, and according to this article, he has declined.
So they're saying he declined it.
Yep. Said this hii kazi ya kuwa ambassador. Thank you. Lakini mimi hapa naweza kwenda. Yes. Fresh produce exporters hit by airlines withdrawal. Kenya's fresh produce face losses at the onset of the peak season after several international airlines withdrew their freight services at JKIA.
What?
This is a story on page 4, and we will look at it in greater details.
Freighters have withdrawn their services?
According to this article, yes.
Allah.
Yes.
Allah?
Yes.
That's bizarre. Okay.
I will read it.
Okay.
There's a lot more to it than what the title suggests.
Okay.
Interest paid on domestic loans rise. Interest payment on the government domestic debt rose by 89.4 billion in the year to June 2024. Treasury disclosures show, reflecting the elevated interest rates on debt. Safaricom targets 500 million savings on critical asset listing. Foreigners cut treasury bond holding by 27 billion. Gated communities denied approval rights in 30 city. Rao.
Denied?
Yes. Property developer Home Bridge has been allowed to proceed with its construction of 652 apartments within the Tatu city in a court ruling that could tilt the scales in favor of property owners entangled in approval disputes in special or controlled areas. High Court Judge Lucy Gasheru ruled that Homebridge, the owner of 4 billion Lifestyle Heights apartments, could proceed with the construction of phase 2 of its projects, having sought building approvals from the Ministry of Lands and Kiambu County after Tatu City refused to allow the project to proceed. Meskeyo? Let me go to the star, top right-hand corner until green. Impeachment wars. Cowed Gachagua tells Ruto, please forgive me if I have wronged you. Right. Okay. Right. How I created media empire from scratch. This is a story of a gentleman by the name of Gilbert Were, 29. He was raised in Mombasa. Okay. This story needs telling. Thank you, sir.
So he created a media empire?
Well, according to him, he did.
All right.
Okay, we will look at it and we will see how it is that he created a media empire, won't we?
Yes.
Reign of terror as gangs overrun Kisumu estates. This is not a good story.
What's the story?
Yep. Tales, cases of death, injury, and housebreaks are reported daily. There are gangs who have decided that they are going to, gangs, walk about, marauding, stealing, injuring people in Kisumu estates.
What?
Yes, that is the story. It's on page 3. And people are in hospital, and the numbers are increasing.
Attacked by these gangs?
Yes, by gangs, yes.
Is it the same gang or different gangs?
Every estate has its gang, I think.
That is, oh my goodness.
It's worrying.
Okay, you read that one.
State to refund patients affected by shift rollout. That one you've already mentioned. Bang in the middle of the paper. Incitement. Gachagua also accused of interfering with city evictions. Revealed how DP meddled in 3.7 billion tender.
What?
Ex-KEMSA CEO claims Rigathi forced him to alter procurement for malaria nets.
Ex-KEMSA CEO is saying that?
Yeah, and you know who the ex-KEMSA CEO is, isn't it?
No, I don't. Which one?
Andrew Mulo.
Andrew Mulwa got into that job because the former KEMSA CEO had been involved had been mentioned
in that
malaria thing. And then Andrew Mulwa went to the Senate and said, in fact, he didn't know him. He just refused to accept what his PS had told him to do. Now he's saying it's Gachagua.
You know, there was malaria nets 1, malaria nets 2.
Oh, there's malaria nets 1 and 2.
It wasn't just one. There were many things.
Even after he got the job, because malaria nets had removed the other CEO.
Yep, the malaria thing hadn't gone away. The budget for that malaria thing was huge. So shall we say it caught up with him?
Okay.
Yeah. Right.
What else do you have?
I don't have the business, what is it called?
The People Daily?
No, I do not have that one.
Lydia had shared the People Daily screenshot. Let me read it for you. Inside AFCON cash scandal. Kenya yetu. Yeah, Kenya is to host the AFCON alongside Tanzania and Uganda in 2027. Dubious spending, 1 billion shillings for consultancy services for AFCON Stadia. We have spent 1 billion shillings for consultancy. 1.5 billion shillings design feasibility studies for constituency sports academies. 1.3 billion shillings for Kenya Academy of Sports Complex at Kasarani. 42 million shillings 424 million shillings for construction of hostel and gate. 3.1 billion shillings to renovate Kasarani Stadium. My God. And that's what they say. Avarice. Ministry sank billions into consultancies and construction of facilities, but there is little on the ground to show for it. Hey, Kenya. SHA confusion, patients to be refunded. I fear my lover might go back to his ex-wife.
Chief.
Gachagua hot under the collar as impeachment beckons. That's on the People Daily. On Taifa Leo, Gachagua atubu. Naibu wa rais aonekana mnyenyekevu akiomba Rais Ruto, wabunge na Wakenya kwa jumla msamaha. Wingi wa wabunge wanaoegemea upande wa rais na ODM unaweza kumzidia nguvu katika kura ya kumng'oa kitini kesho. Ukurasa wa pili. Okay? Serikali haitadhibiti makanisa. Huyu ni Rais Ruto alivyosema. Alisema makanisa yatapewa uhuru wa kujiendelesha na kujiendesha bila kuingiliwa. Hivyo walisema akiwa kanisani, unajua. Miraa haifai kuvumishwa. Waislamu, viongozi wa Kiislamu wasema mmea huo hauna manufaa, pia ni hatari kwa afya. Haya. Na kule Uingereza farasi ni watatu. Kuna Liverpool, kuna Arsenal na kuna Man City ambao wapaa ligini, huku Chelsea na Man United wakionekana kuishiwa pumzi baada ya kutoka sare jana. Farasi ni ngapi? Farasi ni tatu. Sawa. 25 minutes to 7. Let's take a break, take a look at the traffic, and then we'll look at these stories in great detail.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
It's critical that people pay taxes. But then taxation has to have a limit. When you start overtaxing people beyond certain limit, then this is now we call robbery with violence.
We are all struggling, but we don't show. If you're not doing well, shame on you. But you have to say, I'm broke and I'm struggling. We are not okay until everybody is okay.
We are pretending to have political parties. Why don't we just be honest? And we say, these are the Luyas, these are the Kambas, these are the Kikuyus, and we find ourselves in Kenya.
You know, with politics and leadership, no matter what you do, there will always be a complaint. There will always be the assumption that you're either stealing or you're not doing things right. As a leader, don't fear. If you know you're doing the right thing, you've thought about it, you've got an expert advice, do it, then understand later.
This country, we don't need prayers. Prayers is between you and God. Good governance and thinkers who care about the country and not their stomach.
That's what we need.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
102.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
It's only building up slowly on Thika Superhighway as you come towards town, and then on Kiambu Road, but then it's moving. Jogoo Road heading towards town is not looking so bad. Mombasa Road into town is not looking bad. Only City Stadium actually on Jogoo Road that's starting to build up as you head into Landis Road. Of course, Landis Road and the intersection at Wakulima with Landis Road and Haile Selassie Avenue gets very busy. Jogoo Road coming towards town, there are other parts only busy at Makadara. Ngong Road towards town is okay. Langata Road towards town is looking okay. The bypasses, eastern, southern, western, northern, are also looking fine. Westlands looking into town is okay for now. And Limuru Road heading in and out is also looking okay.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Yeah, City. Ebu tell us that story.
Which one? You know the many stories. Yeah. Is it about the gentleman who created an empire?
Yeah, let's start with that one.
This one should be interesting.
Yeah,
right?
We want to look at interesting stories today.
Right. Raised by a single parent, life was not easy for 29-year-old Gilbert Were.
Yeah.
But that has not stopped him from pursuing a way out of poverty. Born and raised in Mombasa, Were was the fifth born in a family of 6 children, lost his father in 2002 when he was 7 years old, and has since been raised by his mother. Okay? To succeed, you start from thinking. That's absolutely true. In the 24 hours of a day, you spend 8 hours sleeping, 8 hours working, and what do you do the other 8 hours? I don't know. Well, he took the last 8 hours just thinking every day. This man thought a lot, okay? He is the CEO of Blue Radio and Galactics Media co-founder, okay? Now,
CEO of Blue Radio.
Blue Radio
and Galactics Media.
Yes, he's a co-founder. Okay. What they did with his friend Johnson Mwangangi, okay, they would walk from Mtopanga is not near. Mtopanga to City Mall in Nyali. Mtopanga is not around the corner. Shower in the public washroom in the mall and pretend to have reached the venue by Uber, just to look fresh and well turned out when meeting a potential investor or client. We had to make sure we looked neat and sharp because I had learnt the value of image and public relations. Okay? Now, he talks about how it is that he got his first job and how he has continued to work. Now, this media empire, this headline is misleading.
Why? Has he created a media empire or not?
Well, he has a company.
Okay.
That is called Blue. Let's put it this way.
Okay.
He has started a company with his friend.
Okay.
They do a little business. They do consultancies. So up to that point, it is true.
Okay.
They do have a media
Company.
business. Yes, but the word empire cannot be attached to this particular story.
Not yet.
No. Far from it. It's just a media company. Okay?
So he's on the path to making it an empire, but it's not yet an empire.
No. The major breakthrough, according to him, came in the year 2022 when he was asked to be an exhibitor at the Pwani Innovation Week by Swahili Pot. Remember, we interviewed the
Swahili Pot.
Yes, Swahili Pot Hub, where young people showcase their creativity, innovation, and business. Mahmoud Noor, the Swahili Pot Hub founder, urged Were to be an exhibitor. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
He drew a blank when he took up the challenge. Okay? At the exhibition, Belgian ambassador to Kenya, Peter Maddens, was impressed by Were and Mwangangi's presentation. They had printed T-shirts bearing the words Blue Radio to link their radio idea to the ocean and the blue economy. He gave me his thoughts and advised the idea of Blue Radio was enhanced at the exhibition, from where I went to create a website and allowed it and called it www.blueradio.co.ke. That's where it began.
Okay. So he met with the ambassador.
He met with the ambassador.
And he pitched the idea.
Yes. Where the Belgians come in, there's a Belgian investor by the name of Dominique who had taken interest in the idea, matched the funds. They had raised 150,000. So Heliport helped them.
Okay.
This investor from Belgium gave them another 150,000.
Okay.
So now this is what now managed to kick them off and to begin the business. Okay? Sawa. So they have a business. It is not an empire.
Okay. Well,
the details of what they do is sketchy and scanty. All right?
But they've started something.
No, they've started. The thing is
they found an investor.
They had nothing. They now have something.
They used to walk to go to that place.
But Mtopanga is far from Nyeri. It's very far. And they used to walk every day. But then, remember, this tells us, when we had the co-founder here, and he told us the story of Swahili Pot, this pans out, and this bears credence to what he said Swahili Pot was intended to do. Bring people together, bring people with new ideas together, and bring possible people who would possibly have an interest to grow that business. Okay? This story of
it's basically encouraging young people.
Yes.
Just don't give up.
Don't give up on your idea. Don't give up on that dream. See where it can take you. Okay?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Gilbert and Mwangangi, well done.
Very good.
Well done.
Okay. There's a story here of a baby called Ariana, 1-year-old Kenyan infant who on July 5th had a successful high-risk stem cell transplant. She has now tested positive for another very rare and deadly condition. This baby is 1 year old. The baby has been diagnosed with Pearson syndrome, PS, which is caused by a problem within the DNA, according to doctors at Fortis Memorial Research Institute in India, where she's been undergoing treatment. PS is an extremely rare condition with less than 10 known cases globally. Less than 10 cases globally. And our baby, Ariana Wairimu, is one of those. This is the first case that we have encountered, and there is no prior history of a bone marrow transplant for Pearson syndrome patients in India. It's possible that this is the first case to be handled in the country, as a few others might have been treated elsewhere. Dr. Vikas Dua, the lead doctor handling the case, told the nation in an interview. Dr. Dua further disclosed that they have notified relevant authorities and are organizing a major press event to show the world the first successful PS transplant case handled in India. Baby Ariana has, however, used up the 6 billion shillings that Kenyans had contributed to her medical kitty. The transition to a new healthcare system in Kenya has also affected the baby's treatment. This is because the hospital has refused to accept NHIF card. 2 months ago, Fortis doctors told the nation that without proper follow-up, Ariana was at a high risk of getting infections or her body rejecting the new stem cells. Imagine, so she's gone through one high-risk stem cell transplant. Then she is now diagnosed with a very, very, very rare condition that has only 1 of 10 people globally with it. Excuse me. This hospital in India says we actually don't even think there's any hospital in India that has ever handled a case of PS, the Pearson syndrome.
And this child is 1 year old?
This child is a year old. Kenyans had contributed 6 million shillings. Also, NHIF was paying some bits of the bill. Now, the kid is still there, and NHIF is no longer in operation. The communication about moved from NHIF to Shah Chief has not gone to India, so the Indian facility does not know what to do. So they are no longer accepting NHIF, and the 6 million shillings is finished. So now the family is there saying, "Okay, please help us."
It's one of bother, isn't it?
It is a big one. It is a big one. That's a big one. It's a
Sasa, there was a story I mentioned to you in passing, which was in the Star, about the reign of terror of gangs in Kisumu.
Yes.
This story is written by a lady by the name of Faith Matete. Okay. It appears that every single day, people who live in the estates in Kisumu fear for their lives, because there are these gangs. They find you walking about, you will be attacked and you will be robbed. Then there are those who break into houses. Okay? And the hospitals bear witness, or rather lend credence to this, because there are more and more stories of people who are being hospitalized, and it is clear that it is from attacks of one of these many gangs that are now in Kisumu. The people who are highlighting this are members of human rights groups in that region. Okay? An example is there's a gentleman by the name of George Alambo, the chairman of the Western Kenya Human Rights Network, that said that every day cases of death, injury, and housebreaks are reported. Okay? Today we went to Kisumu County, where we saw several patients who were attacked today morning with minor and severe injuries. Again, this is another human rights activist, Peter Obungu, said, "We call upon the Interior CS and PS to come to Kisumu for stakeholders meetings to address the issue once and for all." But there is a police service in Kisumu, is there not? Yes. What do they?
A big one. So, how long has this gang been terrorizing people, like this particular wave of terrorism?
The reporter does not talk about the length of time.
In which areas? Maybe there's a story there that can tell us about, one case.
Yes. This is, let me give an example. The story of a gentleman by the name of Jeremiah Obel, 28. He left his house around 5:30 a.m. for work. He approached the main road. He was attacked at Nyamasaria, a few meters from the police post, and suffered head injuries. Okay? Now, he was admitted to Kisumu County Referral Hospital by his wife Monica told the Star he was attacked minutes after leaving home. All right? Let me state something else. Someone else, James Okello, 28, was also ambushed around 5 a.m. within the Lakeside City along the Kisumu-Nairobi highway. He had just arrived after a long journey from Nairobi. Okay? So he alighted, he was attacked. As dawn breaks over Kisumu, residents are gripped by fear while they prepare to go out of home. The same fear envelops the city at nightfall, as insecurity is now a big concern. Yes. Let me give the example. He says that this reminds them of 2014, when there was a gang called 42 Brothers who terrorized residents. Now, most of the attacks are attributed to a group known as Mbogi.
So the current attacks now?
Yes.
They're called Mbogi.
They're called Mbogi. We will follow this story because this story doesn't give us very many details. It gives us accounts of individuals who have been attacked. But there's a chronology of events and how it is that this particular gang came about and why it is that security agencies are not doing anything about it. That, in my opinion, would make for a better story and far more interesting, so we can understand it better.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like, Aish. Okay. Let me tell you what the story that's looking at how this public participation turned against Ruto. Deputy President's camp says the goings-on across venues showed that Kenyans are against having Rigathi impeached alone. The concluded public participation in the motion to impeach Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua took an unprecedented twist after it turned into a referendum against the Kenya Kwanza government. Widespread calls for the impeachment of both the president and his deputy characterized the exercise, including in the president's hometown of Eldoret, in a major vote of no confidence that proponents had not foreseen. The feeling by majority is that the impeachment is more of a personal fight between Ruto and Gachagua, with little to do with the plight of the masses, including the pain that patients face in accessing healthcare following implementation of SHIF and the university funding model that has seen many students fail to afford higher education. Buoyed by the overwhelming backing of 291 members in the National Assembly, the allies of the president had expected public endorsement, only to be met with a widespread backlash, with a reminder that the administration has failed to deliver on its lofty promises that it made in the run-up to the 2022 election. The sessions in the selected venues across the 47 counties unintendedly offered a platform for the disgruntled Kenyans to vent their frustration, accusing President Ruto's administration of warped priorities. The sessions appear to have offered a platform for fresh agitation similar to those staged by the Gen Z that saw the president make major concessions. So if you look at what was happening in the country across Friday, and in some way on Saturday as well, you're like, okay, did people get the brief wrong or what? Because, for example, I saw the MP for, Nakuru West, Arama, saying, you know what, all those other things that people are bringing, those are neither here nor there. The issue is the impeachment of the deputy president. You're saying those other issues are priority. They are not priority now. The priority now, Arama was saying, is the impeachment of the deputy president. That's why the form is saying, you say yes, you say no. So if you don't like it, just say no, and we move on. But the issue right now is the impeachment of the deputy. Stop bringing those other issues here.
Arama missed the point completely. Public participation means precisely what we saw. The public was participating. You have brought them an issue and they're telling you, okay, we've seen it. Yeah. This is what we think about it. That's exactly what they were doing. Yeah. This can't be the only issue. So stop telling us it is the only issue.
It is not.
We have other issues that we think are important. Some are infinitely more important than this one. And let us tell you what these things are. Public participation, bringing out the fruits of what it is supposed to. Okay? Because essentially what the esteemed member of parliament will be doing is saying, look, we've corralled you into this particular channel, and this is what we want you to follow. And
we are telling you this is the thing.
And that's the point. He is missing the point. He's being told, no, sir, that's not really it. The it is this. If he cannot see it, then he clearly has never understood what public participation is. Public participation will bring out what the public thinks.
Yep.
Period. Yep. And that is what happened.
Yep.
What the public thinks is what came out.
So it turns out that this is not what the public consider to be the big issue of the country right now.
No.
All right?
They don't.
And so they're coming to tell their MPs, you know what, in as far as we are concerned, whether Rigathi goes or it doesn't change anything.
Not really.
In fact, as far as we are concerned, the issues that are affecting us have been caused by
both
these
the deputy and the president.
They are joining the hip.
Yes.
Don't come and tell us to participate in their divorce.
No. We are actually not interested in that.
Way?
So the question that was at hand was actually responded to.
But do you think that the leaders got it? When they go back to Parliament tomorrow, when they are contributing to this motion, what will they say? Will they say that, even as we listen to the people, many people are saying that yes, Rigathi must go, and they'll ignore everything else that was said?
Well, that's what we want to wait and see, because it is clear when people speak, as that MP is quoted to have spoken, that they had predetermined what the responses should be. And anything to the contrary was not being entertained. So now that you've been told this, remember, we are back to the finance bill.
Yes.
The same thing. You have decided that this is what you want to do, and the public is telling you, actually, no, that is not what we think is important.
Yeah.
Now, Are they going to go ahead and impeach Gachagua? Well, if they think they can do so and they want to do so, let them also consider what they're going to set in motion and what the consequences will be. Because the public clearly does not think that impeaching the deputy president is the most important thing that we have at hand.
Okay, let me ask you. So, what would you have the parliament do? Because let's say that Kenyans have said what they've said. Let's even say that if the staff of the clerk of the National Assembly come back and they say many of the signed forms were saying no to the impeachment of the deputy president.
We have yet another opportunity to observe and to understand whether the people we elect actually think we elected them or they think they elected us. Because the one thing that Parliament has shown us repeatedly is a complete disregard for what actually concerns us and what is important to us. They seem to vote either with their bellies or they seem to vote with some other part of their bodies other than their mind. If the public who you're supposed to represent tell you this is what they want, and then you vote something to the contrary, what on earth do you think you were elected to do? To represent your own thinking and your own interests, or to represent the people? I mean, what do you think?
Then I saw something interesting, a tweet by Senator Ledamo Lekina asking, is public participation important in a representative democracy? Because if you've elected your leaders to represent you, then is public participation important?
It is.
I mean, I thought that is actually the tenet of representative democracy.
Actually, it's at the heart of it, because the democracies that you speak of as being the examples of absolute or near-absolute democracies, the thing that makes it run is the accountability that public participation brings with it.
Yes.
That is really the point. You have been elected, but do you have your finger on the pulse of your electorate? Do you know what they want? Do you know what it is that they desire? Now, our representatives have shown us with great clarity they do not. They pay lip service to the things they believe we consider important, and when they vote, the vote tells us something quite different.
Completely.
Yes.
Completely. Let's see if Morara Kebaso will make it to come, and we have this conversation continuously in the next hour. Let me first tell you this very, very sad story. As the sun sets tonight, 3 Kenyan families will retire with troubled hearts, their kin incarcerated miles away from home. Each passing day without contact deepens their despair. The government remains silent, leaving the families to fend for themselves. These events unfold at a time when maritime experts are warning of an increase in labor trafficking along the Kenyan coast. Unscrupulous recruitment agencies are luring local seafarers and fishermen with promises of well-paying jobs on foreign vessels, particularly in the Middle East and the Southeast Asia. However, many of these workers end up trapped in exploitative conditions, enduring long hours and poor wages. The fate of these seafarers is often grim. 6 months ago, 3 Kenyan fishermen were ensnared in one such trap. They were promised a monthly salary of 40k, a considerable amount to most fishermen. Tempted, they accepted the offer. Little did they know that they were boarding a vessel that would take them far beyond Kenya's waters and into a nightmare. The 3 boarded the Kenyan-flagged vessel off the coast, unaware that their Sri Lankan captain had secret orders to steer them into international waters, deep into the Indian Ocean. Armed with only their national ID cards and lacking proper maritime documents, they embarked on what would become a treacherous journey. The Sri Lankan captain's response to their questions of what's happening is in that Pemba island. They were told, keep quiet and keep working. The fishermen then knew that something was terribly wrong. Their fishing license only permitted them to operate in Kenyan waters, and they had no business venturing this far. But in the middle of the ocean, compliance was their only option. Rebellion could only lead to death. Weeks of hard labor and agonizing days passed on the high seas, their vessels venturing further into unfamiliar waters. The final stop came some 2,000 kilometers southeast of Kenya in Madagascar. Now, they are in a Madagascan prison. The 3 of them. They were just picked up here. They were told, come. We are fishing off the waters of the Kenyan coast. They have gone all the way to Madagascar. And they've been arrested. And now they're languishing there. And this story is saying, from what their families are saying, the Kenyan government is not supporting the families in resolving this matter. It's a sad one.
It is a sad one.
It's a sad one.
And the responsible authorities for this matter have to wade in and tell us exactly what's going on.
Exactly. 7 a.m. Let's get the news.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Lea Ubaga, and with less than 36 hours before Rigathi Gachagua faces his accusers in Parliament, the embattled Deputy President says part of the multi-billion shilling property linked to him belongs to his late brother and former Nyeri Governor Nderitu Gachagua. In an affidavit sent to the Clerk of the National Assembly by late Nderitu Gachagua's lawyers Moi Mathenge and Njoroge Regeru, Vipingo Beach Resort Limited, which is among assets listed in the impeachment motion as having been acquired with public resources, fully belonged to his late brother. Speaking in a church service at Karen, Gachagua also pleaded with Kenyans to forgive him over the remarks he had made if they were indeed offensive.
To my brother President William Ruto, if in our zeal to work I have wronged you, please find it in your heart to forgive me. I want to say, if my spouse in our duties for the boy child and our program has wronged you in any way, find it in your heart to forgive her. To our members of Parliament, if in the course of duty, through our utterances and actions, we have in one way or another upset you, all wronged you, find it in your heart to forgive me.
Gachagua has, however, expressed confidence in the court, saying that in his judgment, justice will be served.
It is my observation that we have a very patriotic judiciary, a judiciary that upholds the rule of law and the Constitution, and always upholds the supremacy of our Constitution. And I believe that Kenya will be a country of the rule of law. My foster daughters and the children, I want to apologize as a politician that your names are everywhere for no reason. Your privacy has been defiled.
And even as the president continues to remain mute on the matter, his remarks come at a time that Ruto has called on the church to pray for peace in the nation, especially now that Gachagua's impeachment has sparked tension.
Continue to pray for our nation, continue to pray for the unity of Kenya, the prosperity of Kenya, and that all of us as Kenyans will know the will of God, will look for the will of God, pray for the will of God and the will of God to persist and to be accomplished in Kenya.
Meanwhile, the National Assembly will today continue reviewing the opinions of Kenyans regarding Gachagua's motion of impeachment. The review is being done before the sessions continue tomorrow in Parliament buildings. In the public participation that took two consecutive days, Kenyans expressed mixed opinions, some supporting the move while others strongly opposed it. Gachagua has already appointed a panel of lawyers to defend him against 11 charges brought against him, including corruption, misuse of office, as well as major violations of the Constitution. Kibwezi West MP Mutuse Mwengi is the sponsor of the motion, whose draft was signed by 191 MPs. A high-profile corruption case involving 292 million shillings in procurement fraud related to a major water project in Kitui County has collapsed after the Director of Public Prosecutions dropped the charges. The case, which targeted the CEO of Tanathi Water Works Development Agency, Frederick Tito, and several senior officials, was dropped following a controversial review of the evidence. The withdrawal follows a heated legal battle between the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission and the DPP at the Kitui Anti-Corruption Court. Initially, the DPP approved the prosecution of Mwamati and others involved, citing ample evidence of procurement irregularities. And finally, the Nairobi City County Health, Wellness and Nutrition sector has urged individuals who've lost contact with loved ones or are uncertain of their whereabouts to visit the Nairobi Funeral Home, formerly City Mortuary, to verify if their relatives are among the unclaimed bodies at the facility. The county's appeal comes amid a severe capacity crisis at the facility, which is currently housing over 600 bodies, far exceeding its capacity of 184. The county stated that its attempts to obtain legal clearance for the disposal of unclaimed bodies have been delayed. That's the news wire. I'm Lydiah Ubaga.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
Thika Superhighway is doing the thing that Thika Superhighway does on a Monday morning. So it's stretching all the way past Utali, all the way past KM, Kenya School of Monetary Studies, all the way past Allsops. It goes up to Garden City Mall. That's where it begins, heading towards town. So Thika Road, busy. Just be patient. Kiambu Road is not so bad, actually. It's only just at Muthaiga Golf Club, and then it moves in better. Jogoo Road is not so bad this morning, just only getting busy at the City Stadium roundabout, and then move from there. Landis Road is busy as you get into Nyamakema, into town. Mombasa Road is only busy as you come into the Nyayo Stadium roundabout. Thereafter, it's called Uhuru Highway. Uhuru Highway gets busy along the Railways Bridge into Haile Selassie Avenue. Langata Road is okay, only tightening up at the Timor roundabout, and then Gong Road is also okay, heading towards town. Let's look at North Airport Road. That one gets busy, yes? Yes, it does, and it's still looking busy as you approach City Cabanas. That's, let's just call it interchange, that Ken has decided that that's how you shall get into Mombasa Road from North Airport Road, will obviously cause traffic all the way around City Cabanas, and then Imara Daima gets busy, and you come all the way to General Motors as it gets busy. Other than that, nothing much to report.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room.
8:07, how are you doing? Good morning and welcome to Monday. It's the 7th day of October 2024. Well, it's no ordinary day in Israel. Of course, today they remember the day that Hamas launched those attacks into Israel. So that entire region today is quite on edge. And we'll be seeing how events unfold there. Back in the country, and you're thinking, Eric sounds a bit funny today. Yes, man, I sound a bit funny. I don't know what happened to my voice. Sold a frog or something. City. So from here, I'll be heading to one of the 53 outpatient medical centers by the Aga Khan. You know, Aga Khan is, you say, we have the main facility on Liburu Road, okay? But that is mainly we want to focus it on specialist care and inpatient care, all right? But we have set up 53 outpatient medical centers. And what can you get there? You can get gynecologists, cardiologists, urologists, family physicians, neurologists, nutritionists, psychiatrists, ENT, dentists, dermatologists, pediatricians. Of all those ones, which ones do you think I need to see CT? ENT. Right?
I'm not so sure. You know,
well, it can't be urologist for my throat.
And it can't be OBGYN.
And
that's
it can
for sure.
It can be gynecologist.
No. The reason why I paused for a second, then I realized you're right. That's the person you need to see, because if you need someone else, they'll advise you. Because the problem with anything that starts with the throat, it has a tendency of also cascading to the chest. Yes. But that is the individual who will be able to now advise you properly.
Yes. So one of the 53 outpatient medical centers. Aga Khan Hospital says, you know what, at the Aga Khan University Hospital, they're coming closer to you, to Komtaa yako. Don't worry. And that's a good thing. Don't really worry. There's one near you.
Hapana kuwa na wasiwasi.
Hapana kuwa na wasiwasi. It's a good message from them, isn't it?
No, it is actually an excellent message because you're being informed and you're being told of where it is you can access quality health care.
Yep.
Yes, 53 is many.
53 is very many.
Yes.
53 is very many.
And they've also given you a list of all the specialities that you can actually access service from.
Yes.
Yes, so you don't really need to travel far. Yes. Yes.
And when the chairman of SHA comes in the next hour, we'll ask him, where have you guys signed a deal with the Aga Khan University?
Because we need to know, because there are people who may want to access one of these 53 outlets.
Yes.
Yes.
We need to know. We need to know whether it's working. We are also giving away 3,000 shillings worth of airtime, courtesy of Safaricom Home Fiber. Tell them what Safaricom Home Fiber is, City.
Well, you know how these things work. It's really very simple. You wish to have internet connectivity.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
And you would like to have it fast, you'd like to have it reliable. And you'd like to be able to have something that your entire family can use. Now, that's where Home Fiber comes in. Because it enables you to do everything I have said and more. Meaning, even if you have a business, it is the very thing you need to ensure that you have connectivity, that ensure that your business is not only up and running and continuous. Yes.
Kweli kabisa?
Yes.
Kweli kabisa. So we'll be joined by Morara Kebaso, who is on his way. He is stuck somewhere on Mombasa Road in traffic. And when he comes here, we'll be having this conversation of what we are seeing happening in the country and going on. So you wait for him to come so to give him the proverb.
That we shall do.
Yeah?
We shall wait for him, and then we'll give him the proverb when he comes.
Yeah. In the meantime, this is the story in the Standard today. This one, it says that Ruto locks out his friends. It's on page 8. Can I read it a bit for you?
Please.
It says President William Ruto is quietly reshaping his administration. Okay. He is consolidating power as he distances himself from old allies that defined his leadership more than 3 months ago. In a striking departure from the image of an open and easy leader, Ruto is enforcing strict access protocols and reshuffling long-serving staff. President's critics reveal that the move signals his growing authority, but has raised concerns about Kenya's democratic space. While responding to an ex-update by a citizen, Wanyoike Waikwa, who stated that the next 5 years of a country's life will be wasted through lies, killings, corruption, tribalism, mediocre experts, state capture, manufactured political drama, and sheer paralysis.
Hey!
Kwa bwana.
Waikwa. Man, the guy has gone to town on his adjectives, eh? Wa.
Hey. David D, as you know, he is the chairman of the President's Economic Advisors. And you know, on Sundays, David D usually is on a roll. He responded to Waikwa Wanyoike and told him, 10 more like it. Grin and bear it to demonstrate that Ruto is in control. Told him, 10. Watch kusema 5. 10. When an ex-user, Joe Onkeo, challenged Ndi about unnecessary power games, Ndi said, it's for your mental well-being. You need to get over the delusion that Ruto is a passing cloud. The first passing cloud, that's President Daniel Arap Moi, stayed 24 years. Get in line. This is the reality. Ruto's first years in office were characterized by grand promises of reform, pledges to widen democratic space, fight corruption, and foster transparency as outlined in his campaign manifesto. Today, his administration is running a parallel police unit. Hooded police officers in civilian clothes, curbing freedoms through covert operations, a stark contrast to the campaign rhetoric that brought him to power. Last Thursday, for example, in a significant change in Ruto's effort to centralize control at State House, where access is now tightly regulated, Felix Kosgei, the head of public service and chief of staff, had granted State House Comptroller Kato Ole Metito exclusive authority to control all visits to the presidential residence. I'd have thought that's a job of the State House Comptroller anyway. A memo titled State House Access Management Measures Felix sent to Metito stated that from high-ranking politicians to foreign dignitaries and private citizens, everyone must now seek clearance from Metito before setting foot in the house on the hill. The memo further orders Metito to compile a report of the particulars, identity, and every visit. Despite the provisions that State House is a protected area, several issues have been observed compromising its security, efficiency, and proper resource utilization. The memo warned State House officials, marking a new phase in Ruto's presidency. Ruto, no longer the globe-trotting leader delivering lengthy political speeches, has opted for a more calculated approach. Koskei's memo explicitly blocks even cabinet secretaries, diplomats, and politicians from meeting Ruto without the prior approval and knowledge of the State House Comptroller, who is supposed to clear them before they meet the president. In another move aimed at tightening internal controls, an audit of staff quarters within State House is underway, with all non-employees being asked to vacate.
I don't understand.
There were non-employees who were living in State House.
Yes, but what I don't understand is all those permission seeking. Kwani, how are people visiting and seeing the president before?
Previously?
Yes.
Katwa was just seeing people on the corridors.
Yeah, but these people are supposed to have these very things that they're not telling us they're tightening. I thought these things, that protocols existed. It's not a question of creating new ones. I mean, surely you can't wake up and decide, today I want to go and visit the president. Or is that what was happening? People were waking up to go and visit the president. I've listened very keenly.
It sounds like previously people were just waking up and I want a boss.
I'd love to find to boss.
Boss. They go there and they sit. They say, boss ako na mkutano. Wacha tukae hapa tumngoja tumwona. They sit there.
That's, I mean,
they go in there.
Everything that they're saying, they're doing.
Mkutano jaisha. Boss amekaa sana. Wacha tutangoja tu.
Wacha tufungue kidogo tuone.
Yes. Wanaingia kidogo boss. And then they step out.
No. I honestly don't understand what they're talking about, because
now Koskei is saying, those things have become too much. Okay, anybody who is entering State House, whether it's to see the president or to see any other member of staff, must get clearance.
But I thought everybody got clearance before you see the president. Name is forwarded. You get to the gate. They call.
Yep.
And when they've called, they've said, yes, they're expecting you, but just wait a moment.
Yeah.
And then you are given directions.
Yeah.
Now you go here, drive this way. But that is the process.
Yeah.
So how are people entering State House?
Yeah.
Okay. Yep, again.
You get it, eh? You get it?
I get it.
Yeah.
I get it.
There are people who, it's them and boss.
So, boss amenambia nikuje.
Yeah. Kuna kitu nataka kuambia boss.
No, anyway, ukitaka pigia nani simu kuambia boss na yes. Hey. But if it is being presented by the Standard as something that is happening, and we are being also told anecdotally how it is he's distancing himself, creating new. You know, that reminds me of 1982 and the aftermath of it. Prior to that, President Moi had been presented as a very amiable, very easygoing fellow. And then 82 happened.
Yeah.
Everything changed. Everything changed. Very many things tightened. Very many people who are known to be close associates, who are in certain positions, ceased to have those positions. People who, a lot changed. And thereafter is when we started hearing of purges. You hear there's this person who was in this position, he has done this, and people are unhappy with him. There's somebody who is a traitor, there's somebody who's trying to overthrow the government. That's when we started hearing all these things. And they continued. And remember, after this period is when we went through some of the darkest times of our nation. When people would just be arrested willy-nilly and disappear. Kabisa, yani gone, story imeisha.
Yeah.
And that's when many, many people who had been in the struggle, as we called it then, left the country. They realized, this one, you can die. Because people were dying. This is when we had courts and rulings at night. And there's a guy who at that particular time was the DPP, a guy called Chunga. Ay, my friend, that's when there was more Kenya. After that, then there was this. Any reason to clamp down on people was provided. And believe me, the clampdown was profound. Yes. And a lot changed in that time. Many, many, many people were jailed. Yes. Many. Many were let go of, but people were jailed.
What do you say? This story is saying that the president is consolidating his powers. He is tightening control. If you think about it from the story of what's happening in State House, is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Now, the problem with that narrative is that they're implying the president didn't have control. And now he's tightening it. Yes. That is what I fear. But also there's something else that I must mention. Both the president and his deputy give us a word that would have us believe that they are God-fearing people. If indeed they are what they say they are, or what is gleamed from the things they say, then they will understand that power and authority is actually given by the Almighty. And when that power is given, it can be taken away. The dispensation to rule is given. And when it's taken away, it doesn't matter what you do, it will be gone. So, what are they saying? Because the dispensation is actually given to you for the benefit of people. Now, are we benefiting from this particular government? I leave that as an open-ended question. Because clearly there are people who benefit. But are the vast majority of citizens in this country benefiting from this particular rulership? If I were to simply pause and listen to the cries and listen to all the pain that people are feeling, the word benefit doesn't fit into that particular scenario.
So is the missing link. Because it's not like those in leadership, from the president to his advisors to his cabinet to those in parliament in top leadership, are not really hearing what the people are saying. Friday was a clear example, for instance, across the country, without any kind of nudging. This one you can't say at your so-and-so sponsored people.
No.
If you looked at the people that you are seeing, the caliber of people that you are seeing, from the youthful people to the elderly people, across the country, people standing up in Baringo and saying, you know what, these guys, this thing of telling us about the impeachment of the president, of the deputy president, okay, sawa, okay, but what about issue A, issue B, issue 3, what about these issues? And across the country, that's what you saw. You saw it in Garissa. You saw it in
Nyeri, where people boycotted and decided to demonstrate. Yeah. But they were responding to that particular... That's how they were participating. Eric, you know, the interesting thing about everything that we're seeing brings on the question we asked last week. Do they know what they're setting in motion? And do they know what the consequences of what they've set in motion will be? Because everything that we are seeing, every county in this country has had what you call a taste for national public participation. Do you think they're going to engage reverse gears when it comes to public participation again? Do you think they are going to they're going to desire to play second fiddle to the wishes of the elected leaders, other than them saying no? This was national and people participated, and interestingly, they came out in numbers.
Yes. There were many people.
Oh, there were very many people.
There were many. You know, normally we say, people don't come out for public participation, especially in budget conversations. Or people don't do this and the other. Look at the turnout. And it was something. Well, number one, it was well advertised. So you have to give it to the office of the clerk of the National Assembly for this one.
Did an excellent job.
They advertised it very well. It was all over in the papers. It was in the news that there is going to be a public participation exercise on Friday in these centers across the country. Okay?
And they repeated it. It wasn't once.
This was going to happen. And then they even printed the forms and said, this is the conversation that's going to happen, and this is the form, and we'll expect you to fill out this form and go this and the other, and so on and so forth. This was it. It was clear. So people knew. So first of all, Office of the Clerk of the National Assembly, tick. Now we expect that for all the other bills that go for public participation,
this is what we expect.
We shall do something similar.
Yes.
Okay.
They've set it in motion.
Oh, yes. And then the courts went and said, you know what? See, it's about deputy president. And the election for deputy president is the same as the election for president. And it happens in 290 constituencies.
Yes.
So now, see, then you go back to the 290 constituencies. And see, the people speak in 290 constituencies.
They do.
That's why Saturday now, they were forced to go again, 290 constituencies, to meet that requirement.
But Eric, the thing that I find most ominous, if I were the president, is that we are now being shown an example of how you can impeach a president. Because the same it is not a dissimilar process.
It's a similar.
Mm.
It's a
And
similar
people
one.
have had a taste for it. They've said, so even this is how it's done. Okay, we've got it. Thank you very much.
Kabisa.
Tumeshika.
Our guest has arrived. Morara Kebaso, a lawyer and a civic educator, is here. Morara, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Very well. Are you well?
Yes, I'm better.
What unasema, why is Morara late? Can he get serious?
I'm sorry I'm late. The traffic was bad from Outer Ring Road all the way to Mombasa Road. It would not have been my wish to be late. It's not in my habit to be late, and I'm sorry.
We accept it.
Thank
You have a stiff neck, Morara.
I have an injury on the neck, but it's getting better.
How did you acquire this injury?
I went for public participation or a semblance of public participation.
Yes.
Hii ni ile ulipewa kiti. Zikakuja zikiwa mingi.
The expectation that we have when we go for public participation is that every person's voice counts and that nobody is disallowed from coming to public participation. But it seems I was unwelcome to the ODM organized event, and that plans had been made much earlier that I'll be attacked, because by the time I'm being attacked, or that signs of being attacked are showing up, I was actually on my chair seated, raising my hand to speak. It's the public that demanded that I speak, but it was not the wish of the MC, TJ Kajwang, that I speak. So it's now that I'm, going back into memory to see where I actually got it wrong. And I think there were enough red flags that I should have seen that I did not see. And next time, we fall, we rise, we learn. Because right from, I had announced that I'll go for public participation on my Twitter, on my TikTok, on everywhere. And I'd said my position, that my position is that we impeach both the president and the deputy president. And having made this position known, there are people who are uncomfortable with that position. So by the time I got to Bomas at the entrance, I was blocked by the police from going in. But members of the public, gathered around, and there was a huge crowd, and I was allowed finally to go in. When I went in, the GSU prevented the members of the crowd, and I went to Bomas to the door. I was prevented from entering the door. I went to another door, I was still prevented to go through the other door. I went to the third door, I was still prevented. So when I came back to the first door, and I found a high-ranking officer, and I told her I'd like to go in. I think she's called Kimani or someone. So she told me I can only go in with one other person. So I think that's where my security was compromised. I don't know whether it was intention on the part of the police to compromise it, but I was only allowed to go in with one person, and other people joined me behind. I sat down, then I listened to other people give their views. Then when it got to when I want to make my view, I raised my hand. When I raised my hand, the public pointed at me, the whole of Bomas, patia Morara microphone. But TJ Kajwang refused. He instead pointed at me and said, huyu kijana huyu hata haribu mkutano. So I stood up and said, no, sijakuja kuharibu mkutano, nipe microphone nitoe maoni. And suddenly some people, goons to be particular, came from behind the dais. And they've been identified. Most of them are goons that work for the Honorable TJ Kajwang. Others work for Honorable Beatrice Alachi, and some of them work for George Aladwa. So they came, and when they came, they didn't come to there was no situation they were coming to calm down. It was not chaos and they are coming to intervene. They came to cause the chaos. They came, started moving tables, picked chairs and started throwing at me. I kept calm and sat down even when chairs were being thrown, but when it got serious, I tried to escape. But the exit towards which I was escaping, I found the door closed. So I was cornered. My bodyguard was injured. He could not defend me anymore. So then I was hit by more than 30 metallic chairs. Some members of the public tried to help me by, putting chairs on me so that every other chair that comes just lands on the other chairs. By the grace of God, some people who were on top held my hand and pulled me up from where I was trapped. And an officer who was brave enough to come in, pick me up, and they took me outside. And outside I was, evacuated from the place. I went to Nairobi hospital for treatment. But I left the hospital. I went to another hospital when it became public that I was actually at that hospital, because at this time I didn't know what I'm dealing with, and I didn't know how deep the security situation or risk is. So I've been treated. I'm okay. I had head injuries in the back of my head, and I had neck injuries, and one of my legs is also injured.
But they're all tissue injuries. No broken bone.
God is good, and He's still seated on the throne. I'm happy that I'm alive, that I don't have any permanent injury, or I'm not paralyzed. I'm not on a wheelchair. Actually, I'm back in circulation. Si unaniona?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm back in circulation.
Karibu, City. Give Morara the day's proverb.
Yes, our proverbs for this week and the coming weeks ahead, we are going to be looking at proverbs from countries that form what we call the Maghreb region, of North Africa. And our proverbs for this week come from the Kingdom of Morocco. Mm-hmm. Okay. We were puzzled by the proverb ourselves. If you were told a dog has run off with your ear, would you run after the dog or first search for your ear?
If you are told a dog has run off with your ear, okay.
Would you run after the dog or search for your ear?
The first thing you should do is you touch to find out whether your ear is still there.
Confirm.
Before you confirm before you run after the dog, because what you're told and what you're told versus what is the reality is usually different. Don't listen to what you're told before you confirm it. So before someone tells you that your ear has left your body, confirm whether it's still there. Touch your head, confirm whether your ear is still there. If it is not there, then now you go after the culprit, which you've been told is a dog. And it actually may not even be the dog. It may be the one who is telling you that the dog has run away with it. It's true. The one who is telling you that
maybe
that the dog is the one that has left with your ear may just be the one that has the ear. Right?
That's true. Yeah. Let's take a break. It's 27 minutes to 8. We have our guest, Morara Kebaso, lawyer and a civic educator, as our guest this morning. We're looking at public participation, what we've seen across the country and what we see going forward. Now, remember, we are also giving away 2,500 into a Loop account. That's if you download the Loop app. What is the Loop app, City?
Well, the Loop app is what you can simply say is your introduction to a lifestyle of your choosing and a lifestyle of opportunities. Because the question would be, what can't you do with the Loop?
Yeah.
You can do anything you want. You can save money into it. You can transfer money. You can make it that very portal from where any financial activity that you desire is carried from.
Yes.
But everything that I'm saying may sound a little far-fetched. Download the app.
Yep.
When you've downloaded it, just look at the whole array of things that the app offers you.
Indeed.
Yes.
It's a lifestyle. If you want to just clear up your time so that you can focus on the things that you want to focus on, that's what you need to do. Download the Loop app. Go to Play Store or App Store, download it, register, sign up. It's a very simple registration and signing up exercise. You provide your email address, your phone number. They'll tell you, please scan your photo, the ID from the front and the back. This is because, of course, Loop is by NCBA, and NCBA is regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya, and they have to know who the customer is. It's the law, okay? So once they tell you to do all these things, then you open the app, then you start finding things that you can do with it. You can send money, you can receive money, you can open many wallets, you can link many of your cards, you can get overdraft up to 100,000 shillings, you can get personal loans up to 3 million shillings. All this is possible.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Save money on your rising electricity bill with StarTime Solar Home Solution. We offer a complete home and commercial energy saving system that includes solar panels with 15-year warranty, lithium battery with 10 years warranty, and an inverter with 5 years warranty. StarTime Solar Home Solution is efficient, reliable, and safe to power essential appliances, complete home lighting, refrigerators, air conditioners, washing machines, microwaves, iron box, instant shower, and entertainment devices, television, computers, Wi-Fi, and so much more. Say yes to reduced electricity bills and call us today on 0719 077 777 and get started on your green energy journey today. StarTime Solar. Power your life.
Spice FM, Malindi. The weather with Spice FM.
It's warming up in Nairobi, partly sunny 15. It's going to rise to 23. Mombasa 25 and sunny. Malindi 27 and sunny. Nyeri 17 and sunny. Nakuru is 16 and sunny. Kakamega 18 and sunny. Eldoret City 13 degrees and mostly sunny. Mogadishu is going to be sunny at 27. Lagos sunny at 25. Addis Ababa cloudy at 12. Kinshasa partly sunny at 18. Kampala sunny as well at 18. Dar es Salaam mostly sunny at 24. Johannesburg mostly sunny at 14. Paris light rain at 14. London mostly cloudy at 12. And Beijing sunny at 21. While New York it's mostly cloudy at 18.
Spice up your life.
You're on Langata Road, you're heading towards town. You get to T-Mall, you find that there's traffic. Okay, so you choose to go up Raila Odinga way, that's Mbagathi way. You'll find a bit of traffic outbound, but it's going to clear as you get to Riara University. It'll be okay as you get to City Moche roundabout. It'll be fine. If you decide to head towards Makadara, you'll find some traffic around the Makadara roundabout, and then you'll find some more on Aerodrome Road joining into Bunyala, and then Bunyala heading into town. It'll be busy just slightly as you get onto the railways and down into Haile Selassie Avenue. Okay, now if you're on Landis Road, of course expect traffic the whole area around Gikomba, Nyamakema, not Gikomba, and Country Bus as you're heading towards the Haile Selassie roundabout. If you're on Jogoo Road and you're heading towards town, it's okay, it's moving. The only issues are just around Makadara, and that's normal, you're used to that. But if you want to join Jogoo Road and you are on Outer Ring Road and you then see Manyanja Road, you'll find some traffic on Manyanja Road getting onto the interchange into Jogoo Road. Just be patient. Outer Ring Road, outbound and inbound around Feather Estate is busy. North Airport Road is also busy as you head towards the City Cabanas interchange. The thing that the geniuses at Ken have decided that U-turn is how you're going to join the Mombasa Road. So you'll find traffic there. Be patient.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
So there's a conversation that's happening, and it's been happening over the weekend, and we're joined by Morara Kebaso, who's a lawyer and who is a civic educator, who we know him. He's been going around the country looking at those projects that started and stalled and asking questions around them. Ahead of this publicized event on Friday, which was the public participation for the removal by impeachment of Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, people knew that this is going to happen. People turned up in the various 47 centers across the country. It appears that there was sort of a uniform message of some were saying, yes, Rigathi must go. Others are saying, if Rigathi must go, why don't they both go? You're saying that's the message that you had as well, Morara.
Yes, I'm actually one of the pioneers of that message. Because that message actually, before it even went out to the public, it began quite a while ago. Me and my team were seated together and we were asking ourselves, this Gachagua impeachment, it is diverting the Kenyans' attention from the main issues. It's diverting Kenyans' attention from SHIF. It's diverting from university funding models, diverting from issues of corruption and many other issues. And we asked ourselves, what do we do? We realized first we cannot avoid the conversation. Much as we didn't think of it as important, we realized we can't avoid it because it is an emotional issue. It's an issue of public importance, and it's an issue that is going to be the one that will carry the headlines on newspapers and on TV. So we decided then we have to join the conversation. But when we join the conversation, what is going to be our position as young people who would like to see change in our country? And we realize that, one, we need to detribalize. We need to completely detribalize the issue of accountability. Because until when we began our agitation for impeach both, there was this feeling that the deputy president was being pursued or being attacked as a Kikuyu and as a person from Mount Kenya. It became a Mount Kenya issue that you see this is an attack against Kikuyus. And the deputy president was beginning to gain a lot of sympathy from the Mount Kenya region, from people who feel like we supported President William Ruto, we voted to the last man, and here he is attacking our guy. Then we said, okay, how do we clear the noise? Because there's too much noise, there's too much smoke, and when there's too much smog and smoke, people cannot see through the real issues. We said, let us impeach both of them. So that when we say impeach both, there are people who will now start seeing this for what it is. They realize that this is neither a Kikuyu issue or a Kalenjin issue. This is an issue of accountability. Because when you say impeach both, essentially what you're saying is both of them are corrupt. And both of them are failed Kenyans. Gachagua may be corrupt, may be tribal by words, but the Honorable William Ruto, our president, is tribal by actions. Beginning with how he does his state appointments and division of even resources. So that is how we began the impeach both. And now it has become bigger than me, bigger than everybody else. It is being spoken all over the country, including in the regions where these leaders come from. You could hear sentiments from Kericho, Bomet, Nandi, Uasin Gishu. People all over are saying, well, if they have to go, let them go, both of them. In any case, they were elected together. They should go together. That has always been my position, and it will continue to be my position. Not everybody agrees with that position. Some feel that Honorable Gachagua should go alone. Even in my own family, where I come from, this is a very divisive issue. Majority of Kenyans are for impeach both, but there are a few Kenyans who feel one should be impeached first.
Why?
Even in my own family. Yeah, one of my family members, Wakili Moraro Moke, is actually a lawyer for the Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, and his position is that do not impeach Rigathi Gachagua. But you see, a lawyer is just doing his job. But my position, and which is the position of most of the Kenyans, is that we impeach both of them.
How do you know it's the position of most of the Kenyans?
You just do a rough analysis. This is not informed by a poll that I have done, but rather by just observation. You know, the media has been doing random interviews where they give the microphone to random people and the random people say what they feel. And if you've been keenly watching through those interviews, as I have been watching, then you realize that the message has been impeach both of them.
But they don't downplay your method of data collection. Observation is a primary source of data collection.
It begins there.
Yes, in fact, they are observational studies. They are scientific studies for that matter.
Yes.
As for what you refer to as random, that is also a perfect way of gathering information. Which means someone can say you didn't select, you didn't predetermine, you randomly selected. Now, if you randomly select, and that is the response that you say you have garnered, there is credence to it. It is not something that you can ignore.
Yes.
Yes.
But I think the members of parliament had a different opinion. The members of parliament had a predetermined opinion when they were going for public participation. And I believe our members of parliament have lost the true understanding of what public participation is. The members of parliament in Kenya wameacha kuwa wajumbe. Because mjumbe comes from the word ujumbe. And the work of mjumbe ni kutoa ujumbe ambayo imetoka kwa wananchi kupeleka kwa bunge. Bunge ya ujumbe ambayo imeletwa na wajumbe. But now our members of parliament are bringing ujumbe to the people. All right? They've reversed the role. They are the ones informing the public rather than the public informing them. They forgot that they were elected to represent the public and that the public is the one that they are representing in parliament.
You do know that when you represent the public, there's the element of accountability that comes along with it. And if you look at those whom we refer to as elected leaders, they are loath to any form of accountability, completely loath to it. They abrogated that particular function a long time ago. They replaced it with impunity, meaning, as you see with great clarity, they will decide what they want to do and they expect you, the electorate, to follow. That is how our elected leaders have fashioned themselves over time. And the only time when they were shaken out of this particular mental condition that they have is during the Gen Zs, when the Gen Zs invaded parliament. That's when they actually got shaken. Now, in my mind, they seem to think that it is over. I don't think they understand that it has actually just begun. This thing is far from over.
You see, this is City together with Latiff. This is no longer a Gen Z issue, as you've correctly observed. The Gen Z may have begun it, but the public, millennials, Generation X's, and all other people have said these children are right. Whatever they are saying is true. And it has been picked up by the rest of the nation. So if there is ever going to be an Occupy Parliament Season 2, it will not just be Gen Zs. It will be Kenyans. And it will be dangerous. This week I'm beginning a campaign. And the campaign is for reconstitution of IEBC, because we want to recall members of parliament because they no longer represent the voice of the people. And it's going to be serious, this IEBC campaign, reconstitution, because we are stuck. We are stuck with an abusive relationship, an emotionally abusive relationship with our members of parliament who don't care. Sometimes they even apologize. Yeah, the member of parliament for Manyata even apologized for voting yes. But do they learn? They don't. Why? Because they don't care. This is not part of their interest. Their interest is that the president has allowed them to register enough companies to do business with the government. Everybody is on a self-enrichment drive. If they are going to question the Honorable Rigathi Gachagua on how he acquired all this wealth, I don't defend him. In fact, personally, I think impeachment of the Honorable Rigathi Gachagua is good riddance. It's good riddance for everyone. Because some people in the mountain were beginning to say Honorable Rigathi Gachagua for president. And you know the mountain is rich with votes. And those votes can actually be used to create a very strong presidential candidate. And if that presidential candidate is the Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, then it is jumping right from the frying pan into the fire. It is my personal belief that the Honorable Rigathi Gachagua is a worse leader than even Honorable William Ruto in terms of what he stands for, what he believes in, his history of corruption, and everything else. So I think he should be impeached, all right? The only problem is that the people impeaching him also deserve to be impeached. We have members of parliament who have acquired enormous, amazing amount of wealth that is so crazy. You cannot even understand how they made it. They are accusing him of acquiring 5.2 billion. Why are we not asking the Honorable Didmus Baraza what is the cost of a helicopter? What are his known sources of income? Is he an athlete? Is he a musician? Does he produce art? Where did he afford to buy a helicopter? Does he have a cement manufacturing company? What industry does he run? Why are we not asking the Honorable, Kimani Ichung'wah, how he managed to buy a Mercedes G-Wagon, which cost 14 million? All right? He may afford it, but at least he should explain it, isn't it? So, recently I was at Asha for the service for these children that died in fire. The Honorable Ndindi Nyoro landed with a red helicopter. Yeah, should be able to be accountable to the public and say, is the helicopter his or he hired it? And if he hired it, how many times this month has he hired a helicopter and for how many hours? And how did he afford to pay 250,000 per hour for all those hours vis-a-vis his salary? Okay, these members of parliament, they themselves, they've acquired wealth in ways, everything they're accusing the Honorable Rigathi Gachagua of doing, they have done it themselves. But because it's a political process, they may push with it and finish with it. Now we need to find a way to also impeach the impeacher. Yeah, we need to find a way to impeach the impeacher.
I actually find the deputy president a fairly honest man. That is my honest opinion. His sin is he says things which politically are clear one should not say. He says what people think, what people do, he says it. Now, some may say it is naive, some may say he shouldn't say it so, but there are very few things I can say the deputy president has lied about. Very few. Lying, outright lying, there are very, very few. In fact, when I say few, it means there may be some I haven't caught of, but I find the deputy president perhaps a little too honest for his own good. Because which politician, which leader does not look after the interest of the people? People here being close friends and those who come from his neck of the woods. Who doesn't do that?
His vote block.
Yes, who doesn't? This being Kenyan doesn't mean that you don't look after people who are close to you. Now, so when someone declares it in the manner that he declares it, which people find unpalatable, he is speaking a simple truth that each and every politician in this country, past, present, and the future, practice.
In fact, that's how they are known, the politicians.
Yes. How else are people known?
The reason I think he should be impeached is because when you are a deputy, just deputize. Please, just deputize the president. You may be a leader in your own right, but you're a deputy president. Can you kindly deputize the president? Personally, I think if we ever get another chance to do a referendum to amend the constitution, I think the deputy president should be appointed by the president. And this is good for the stability of the nation. You see, right now, it may look okay because we have a dishonest president. Therefore, it may look okay when the deputy president is actually saying whatever he's saying. But remember, there is a law about the National Secrets and Act, which actually prevents him from revealing information that shall come to his knowledge. Yes, by virtue of his office. Secondly, when you are a deputy to someone and you contradict them in any organization, even if it's, forget government, even if it is in the company Standard Media Group, and you have a deputy that is, contradicting your position, the problem is that it risks the stability and progress of the company. And the deputy could be right, but these are things that you only say in confidence. If you failed to earn the confidence of the president, my prescription would be, don't take your outbursts to the public. Do not show your disregard or disappointment with the president in open public, or vilify state officers like the director of the director of intelligence, or a judge, Maina. Don't do that. just do this. Be dissatisfied with the government, honorably resign, become a politician, then now speak about your issues freely. But for as long as you are in a system, a command structure that is a presidency, where this is the executive, our boss is the president, I'm the deputy president, we have cabinet ministers, then you are consistently, without fail, contradicting the position of the president and undermining his authority. I don't like Honorable William Ruto myself, but I think there should be respect for the office of the president, even for us who will come as presidents, so that we retain that respect.
Where does contradiction equal disrespect?
Because you have a role, and that role is to deputize. Let me give a good example. I have a wife at home. If I give a position to my children and my wife disagrees with me right in front of the children, then what is that?
Make it a debate. Tell the children, what do you think? This is what your mother says, this is what I think. Let's make this a family discussion. What do you think? There's a reason why I'm giving you this. Yes, make it a family discussion.
Open it up.
Yes, don't take an offense. Your children will learn that they have an accommodating father and they have parents who have differing views, and they allow us to actually express ours.
Because that is the truth.
Yes.
That is the nature. It cannot be that what the head thinks is what the deputy will also think.
But the other thing is that this debate that City is talking about should not be a debate in public. All right? We should not. The presidency should not argue in public. They should come up with solutions in public. By the time they show up in the public, it should be to give a solution after the debate. So this debate is not the kind of debate where you go to Mombasa to State House, then you speak something against the president in Nairobi. If you actually want to have that debate in the boardroom of the president, debate it fully. If the president insists on his way of doing things, please let every member of the team, this is team playing, and this is a team leader. Let everybody fall behind the decision of the president. So that if the decision is wrong, mnaanguka nayo mkiwa wote.
You know why that won't happen? This same president did exactly what his deputy is doing when he was a deputy. In fact, copy in color, paste. In color still. Okay?
Okay, City, do two wrongs make a right?
No. There's a point I'm making here, and I'm not actually disagreeing with you. I'm actually giving you a different perspective to this particular matter. If you have a leadership and you perform your duties in a particular way, you are setting in motion a trend. Now, one may not see it, but that's what you are doing. Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, the first vice president of this particular country, disagreed with the president. It was not in public. It became public when the president went to Kisumu to open what we call the Russian hospital, the New Nyanza General Hospital. The spot, it was open. There was a give and take. But before then, they just disagreed. The man left and he said, look, this is not quite what we agreed on. Disagreed, decided to form his own party, went into opposition. Okay? Now, we walk a very, very dangerous tightrope when you have a situation where it is wrong to disagree with those in leadership. Because if you take the thread that the president cannot be disagreed with, any tin pot individual who has authority will take the cue that they cannot be disagreed with.
Yeah, that's encouraging dictatorship.
Yes. The reason I don't agree with Honorable Rigathi Gachagua is because he's trying to take my job. Everybody has their job. Let them do their job. So the Honorable Rigathi Gachagua should not take my job.
Which is?
My job, together with other Kenyans, is that we've presumed the office of the opposition. We are the opposition. So when he becomes the opposition within government, what is he doing? His job is to give us information. You see, if indeed the deputy president is very honest and means well for Kenya, how much has he told us about Adani? Nothing at all. How much has he told us about Apiero and the 104 billion at the Ministry of Health to create a health system? Because he is within the system. He's the second in command. If anybody should know, he should know more than any other person except the president himself. Okay? So I continue to say that the Honorable Rigathi Gachagua is not as honest as we think. He is selectively honest on things that matter to him and that matter to his tribal politics. If indeed he is honest to the nation, let him tell us about things that matter. For example, how they came up with SHIF, what is the main intention behind SHIF, how are they implementing it. Let him tell us about Adani. Let him tell us what is wrong with the university funding model. Let him tell us about corruption in government, okay? If he has decided to be the opposition within government and they have told him how corrupt he is, why is he not also telling us how corrupt they are? Yet he knows this information. It is because he's selectively honest and completely dishonest. He should do his job as deputy president and leave opposition work to us.
He is the Kenyan politician. You've just described it. Let's see when you become a national politician, whether that will be the same case. Morana Kebaso is our guest. We've been having a conversation about international politics and what they started, Kufa Dereva, Kufa Bakanga, what it means. In our next hour, we will be talking to the chairman of the Social Health Authority to talk about the rollout of SHIF. It's 8 a.m.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Lea Ubaga. Hillside and Asha Academy will be reopened this week, a month after dormitory fire at the school claimed the lives of 21 pupils. The tragedy on the night of September 5th at the school located in Kieni constituency left over a dozen other pupils with injuries. The cause of fire is yet to be established. Nyeri County Director of Education Jen Jogu had said the school has been undergoing renovation and the repair works were at the final touches.
We have settled for Wednesday so that even if they complete before Wednesday, the school will take time to reorganize themselves, have staff meetings and the rest to ensure that when the learners come in, those that are sitting assessments will just go on.
The boys lost their personal items, so the parents have been provided with 21,000 shillings, among other assistance that the government has done, so that they are able to buy some personal belongings to their children.
Parents have exuded confidence in the school even as it has reduced the number of boarding students from 300 to 195.
Kwa sasa tumesaidia watoto wetu nyumbani. We have been counseling my brother. Tumempeleka therapy, tukampeleka kanisani, tumemshughulikia, tumemwongelesha. Na sasa tumepona roho juu tumeshikiliwa na government, tumeshikiliwa na wakubwa wa shule. Kwa hivyo tutarudisha watoto tu hapa kwa hii shule Wednesday.
Hatuna hofu hata kidogo ati watoto wakikuja kuboard watachomeka. Hii ni mkosa kama ile ingine. Juu tunaendaga na magari inaaguka. Hiyo gari hutasema nitatokaga hapa mpaka Nyeri miguu ama undana Nairobi miguu. Hata kwangu kukishomeka sitajinyoga nitakaa wapi? Hii saidi hatutoki.
SHA chairperson Dr. Abdi Mohammed says they've made great strides in registering over 12 million Kenyans under the Social Health Insurance Fund. Mohammed has also assured all Kenyans registered with SHA that they'll receive medical services across health centres.
We have, as of today, 6th October 2024, registered a total of 12,704,548 members into the Social Health Authority. This number includes verified members who are under the defunct NHIF and who have been transitioned to the Social Health Authority as per Legal Notice number 147 of 2024. Registration does not have a stop end. It's a continuous process and is ongoing through the USSD *147# or web-based portals on www.sha.go.ke or www.afyayangu.go.ke.
The chairman has also announced that the challenges that arose during the initial stages of the transition have already been resolved, as well as all medical services are available on the SHA e-website.
We also wish to thank the many Kenyans who have given invaluable feedback on the challenges they have experienced during this transition. We assure you that we are working round the clock to ensure all challenges have been and continue to be addressed.
This comes after Kenyans raised concerns about the changes to SHA, with the government further promising to reimburse those who paid for health services out of their pockets.
What will happen to my money? Na tumelipa NHIF. Itafanyika nini?
Patients who have paid out of pocket reach out to us and we will do the same for them. All the patients who have paid out of pocket.
We are also going to support them in terms of our ICT, and we are combining the ICT from the private sector and the ICT from the county government and the national government to support the system.
In terms of your claims, that number one, the SHA portal for claiming should be up and running within the next 24 hours. So you should be able to claim through the SHA portal within the next 24 hours.
That's the News Wire. I'm Lydiah Obaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
Hey. Now, if you look at North Airport Road, coming all the way towards the interchange with Outer Ring, and in fact, if you look at the Eastern Bypass coming to join North Airport Road in Embakasi, you will find that the traffic is quite heavy. So just be patient as you come all the way towards Outer Ring, towards City Cabanas and the interchange into Mombasa Road. You'll find it's looking busy. Mombasa Road itself is busy at Imara Daima, heading towards town until you get to the Enterprise Road junction. That's at GM, and then after that it clears. It goes all the way. It's okay until you get into South Sea, heading towards the Nyayo Stadium roundabout. So it begins at South Sea. It's very, very busy towards Nyayo Stadium roundabout. It's also very busy after that into Uhuru Highway. Uhuru Highway is busy. Aerodrome Road is busy. Langata Road is busy heading towards Timor. Ngong Road is busy heading towards town. It's a peak traffic hour. How's it like in Thika Superhighway? It stretches way beyond Outer Ring Road Junction, and Kiambu Road stretches very, very far. So just be patient. Limuru Road towards town is okay. Westlands towards town is busy from Muga Green Estate heading towards town. James Kishoro Road is busy, as is the Wayakiwe Red Hill Link Road, also very, very busy heading towards Westlands towards town. Lower Kabete Road, you know what happens these hours? It's very, very busy.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the situation.
7 minutes after 8. Good morning. Welcome to the third hour of Kenya's biggest conversation. This is the Situation Room on the 7th day of October 2024. The Safaricom all-in-one package. It's this one package where you get airtime, you get data, you get call minutes, you get SMSs, and you get free WhatsApp. And Safaricom looked at people's patterns on calling, and they realized that many times people would be in the middle of a call, and the call would drop because you've run out of airtime. Or you wanted to respond to a message and you are not able to respond to a message because you run out of airtime. Or you're trying to do a USSD code, maybe a bank transaction, and you're not able to do that bank transaction because you don't have SMSs. Or you wanted to browse and you're in the middle of browsing and then you run out of data. So they noticed, as people are then, when you run out of data, you go and buy data. When you run out of airtime, you go and buy airtime. And when airtime runs out and you still have data, you're not able to call because, So they decided, why don't we just make this thing, one uniform thing. So they came up with the all-in-one package. And they say, if you spend a certain amount of money, you buy a package for 30 days. It helps you run for those 30 days. So for example, 2,000 shillings for 30 days gives you 17 GB of data. It gives you 1,000 minutes of call time. It gives you 2,000 SMSs. And it also gives you free WhatsApp. All of the all-in-one packages give you free WhatsApp. So if you're at that time in a hospital and you want to call and tell them, hii watu ya SHA wamekataa and you need airtime, do the all-in-one. The chairman of SHA is here. He's smiling because he knows that's a possibility. Right?
Yes. But our toll-free line doesn't need any airtime.
So there's a toll-free line for SHA. Line, and you'll tell us about it as we continue this conversation. Okay. Welcome, Dr. Mohammed.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you, Eric and City.
Karibu sana.
Good morning, viewers and listeners.
Karibu sana. We want to have a conversation with the chairman of the Social Health Authority. He is the man who is now spending sleepless nights, and he's the man who many people are blaming for the kind of sleepless nights that they are also spending at home. So we'll first have a conversation with you to just understand the very many things that you're doing to address the very many emerging concerns in the rollout of SHA. And then we'll open up the phone lines and let people tell you what they're dealing with on the ground. So if you've got an issue that you'd like the SHA chairman to address, we'll tell you when. Please call and speak to him and let him respond to this. That's a good thing, Senior.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah.
We would like to hear what are the issues, and we are ready to solve them.
Very good.
Yes.
One of the things that I'd said, that first question we're going to ask you when you come, is whether the Social Health Authority has signed up with Aga Khan University Hospital. Because here, Aga Khan has 53 outpatient outlets and the main hospital on Limuru Road. And in these 53 outpatient outlets, for example, you can hear my voice. I went from here, I go to one of those outlets, I see an ENT specialist, I get sorted. I want to know whether SHA is going to sort me out, boy.
Thank you very much. I thought the first question is usually on CT asking the day's proverb, but now that
bro,
now that you have got
what you said is actually true, and it is absolutely correct.
Yes.
But then, as we were talking before you got here, that is what we determined we must ask.
The voice,
because everything might get lost in the proverb.
Yes.
Thank you. Yes, the Aga Khan main hospital have signed.
Very good.
The branches, some of them might have signed and some not yet. Yes.
Very good. There are 53 outpatient medical centers by the Aga Khan University Hospital. Go to any of them and you get sorted. So you don't have to go to the main hospital for these issues. You want to see a pediatrician, you want to see a gynecologist, you want to see a urologist, you want to see an ENT specialist. Aga Khan University Hospital says, we have actually invested so that you can come close to you. Tuko karibu na wewe. That's the message from the Aga Khan University Hospital. City. Now, welcome the Daktari with the day's proverb.
Yes, our proverbs for this week and the following weeks will be from countries that are in the region that we call the Maghreb region. Okay? The country that we are getting our proverbs from, the Kingdom of Morocco. If you told a dog had run off... If you were told a dog had run off with your ear, would you run after the dog or just search for your ear?
If you're told a dog has run off with your ear,
yes,
would you run after the dog?
You are being told.
Yes.
I thought the ear belongs to you. How are you being told that you are missing something? that belongs to you and that is on your body. So first you have to be sure of who is telling you and what are they telling you that you don't know. And then now you decide whether what they are telling you is correct or not, and follow what you need to do. So you cannot be told you are missing an ear and the ear belongs to you.
So what do you think the message is here from the Moroccans?
That you don't just accept what you are told, you have to verify first.
Before you start running after a dog.
Yes, and that has been actually that...
And scaring the dog.
And for me that is the message that I want to pass today to the public. That there is so much misinformation. There is so much fake news. that you will end up listening without realizing that you are being lied to. So don't just accept everything that you see in the public domain and assume it's true. So you need to verify first. Even read for yourself. And today I've come with these two documents. I just wanted the public, and these are things that are in public domains. The Act, the regulations, I've left the third one, which is the benefits and the tariffs. And all these three documents are on the websites of kenyalaw.org, on our website. Anywhere, if you search the Social Health Insurance Act, if you search the regulations, if you search the benefits, you will find all. And these are the people I'm talking about too, are people who have access. I'm not talking to the people who are in rural areas who might not be able to get these documents. But the people who propagate the misinformation are people who you expect to at least read and say, yes, this is true, this is false. Yes. That's my challenge. So that we remove...
consume the information for yourself.
Yes, you remove facts from fiction. Then now we can have a debate and say, okay, this was not good, or this can be improved, or this is how we should have done.
Okay.
Then we can proceed and say, okay, that is good feedback, and then we see how to incorporate.
Okay.
But there is a lot of misinformation.
For many people,
yes,
there could be a lot of misinformation in the run-up to 1st of October.
Yes.
In the run-up to 1st of October, we hosted you here. We hosted the minister, we've hosted the PSs, we've hosted the president's advisors on what the rollout of UHC was going to look like, what we expected to see. Come 1st of October, it's now been reality. For many people, it's a reality when they go to hospital and they're told, we don't accept NHIF anymore. And they're told that now, for your dialysis session, we are only giving 2,500 or whatever figure, I'm not exactly sure, and then you have to give the top up. For many, it's a reality when they go to hospital and they're told, NHIF is no longer in operation, it is a new authority, and you don't know the information about it, so you have to pay cash because we don't have information, right? So no matter what kind of information they have, the person that they are going to seek help from says they don't have information, and it ends there. So it's been pain and pain and pain for many.
Yes, there has been a few challenges with a few facilities where they turned away patients or they asked them to pay cash. If you look at the total number of dialysis centers, around 230, you would say maybe around 10 or 20 at most were the ones who are pushing patients away. And the rest were able to continue offering services because you need to realize one thing, and I thank the providers because they understand that service is delivered by the human beings, health care workers, and the hospital, and not a system. So a system is not what treats a patient. It's the hospital and the providers in that hospital who treat. And they understand these administrative issues are things that can be solved even if you don't have clear guidelines on how to go about it. Two, you need to realize that tariffs have been gazetted. So I don't know where someone now, it's no longer a document that you wait for as a provider. Because this is something that's in public domain. The prices are clearly stipulated. So you will find, I don't know where 2,700 came from. So the question you should be asking yourself is, why would a provider say, we are only receiving 2,750? Because even NHIF was paying 9,600. SHA is paying 10,650. Where did this 2,700 come from? Even the first time NHIF started paying for dialysis, it started with 2,500.
Yeah.
It moved to 7,500. Then it became 9,600. So the question is, how did you end up saying it's 2,700 and our tariffs don't come with the contract? They are there in advance, gazetted.
So
on 16th September.
Have you talked to these providers?
Yes. All the providers.
Where did they come up with a figure?
And now you see those are now things that the administration is handling, the management, and finding out why did they ask money for the patients that they need to refund. There are a few facilities that have already refunded patients.
What was the reason for asking for money?
The reason was, and this is also the other challenge that we have had with NHIF, and these are now the things that we want to correct going forward. Suppose you are on dialysis, chronic kidney condition. You are known. You have been given dialysis sessions approved. Administratively, NHIF was approving every session. So the facility needs to pre-authorize and then you proceed. Surely, once you have a chronic condition, no one goes to dialysis for leisure.
Yep.
No patient says, I want to be dialyzed today. I feel like there's something wrong. None. So they moved that to 1 month approval. But where I come from, that is still illogical. Because I know, God forbid, Eric needs 2 sessions. I put it in the system that you are entitled to 2 sessions a week. You pre-authorize yourself by your fingerprint. Because you have gone. So 1 session is knocked off from that week. You go again, 1 session is knocked off. The facility does not need to ask, Eric is here, we want to dialyze, please approve. That is repetitive, unnecessary, time wastage that can easily be automated and authorized through a fingerprint. Because even you, Eric, you have 2 sessions.
Yeah.
If you go twice in 2 days, then your 2 sessions are over for this week.
Yep.
And if you receive a message that says Facility X is dialyzing you, you know it's not you because you haven't put your fingerprint. So I don't know what they were trying to cap, or they were just maybe having more resources, human resource interventions to justify that we are working. So you see, those are now the things that we need to address moving forward as SHA. Once you are pre-authorized for certain things, conditions, that we know these are chronic, you will need it. And it's not going to end today or tomorrow. Until you get a transplant, or until, maybe God forbid, you pass away. Between then, there is nothing.
You have to get...
You have to be dialyzed. You have to be dialyzed.
Yeah.
You don't have an option. And it's not a leisurely thing that you do.
Actually, please go ahead. The matters surrounding teething problems, as these were called,
yes,
are things that are not difficult to understand.
Yes.
Because it's a new system.
Yes.
There was a whole year.
Yes.
Within that time,
yes,
all the variables that are involved in accessing health through the SHA system were not unknown, because there was the NHIF database that gave you a very clear indication of what it is that people required in terms of service. Now, when you're here, I ask the question, and I'm going back to it about the issue of a pilot. Now, sometimes the word pilot is too general. Whatever system it is that we are talking about, talk about the back end of it. Talk about what it is that people see. Talk about the transition. All these things were talked about, and as we speak now, what was referred to as the teething problem was now the process of actualizing it. I remember when UHC, before even the thinking of rolling it out, was it 5 counties piloted? 4. Kisumu,
Machakos, Nyeri, and Isiolo.
Now, it is how these things are done. And the understanding is that you already have the system. You are now actualizing it with real people just to see the responses. That is supposed to give you the clear indication of what needs sorting out and what doesn't. Okay. There's also the concept of water under the bridge. We are where we are. Is it possible for the public to understand what it is that has been set in place to A, get information in a timely fashion as to what is working and what is not working and how it is you hope to address it? And when it is addressed, how it is you hope to communicate that it has been addressed. And how, again, you hope to tell the public, this is the manner in which we'd like you to give us feedback as to what is happening so that we can know firsthand that this is what is actually going on so that we can actually address it.
Thank you. So yes, we'll say water under the bridge, but there are issues that we had to address as we moved forward. And I have said from the word go, hospitals are the ones who treat patients. And it's not a system that you really have to have for you to say, I'm treating. So what we have done as an authority is just to communicate to the providers that this is what we expect. In the case of a failure of this is the alternative. In the case of a failure of this is also the other alternative on how to proceed. So that's why we had that presser yesterday with the providers, that this is how we will move forward, going forward, that when you face a challenge of this magnitude or a system, and that's why we have the 2 systems running concurrently currently, both of them. So if this one doesn't work, use this one. This one works, proceed with this one. The 2 of them fail, use a manual system and continue providing services. So that is how we have addressed. The second thing that we have done is now the public, and which we need to also sensitize and advertise a little bit more, is the call center number, which is toll-free, so that they are able to ask questions and get clarifications on what are the issues that they are facing, and their problems are addressed in real time. Similarly, for the providers, we have a different call number so that we separate the 2. So providers with their system issues have their own toll, yes. Patients have their own toll. So patients' issues can be solved by the call center, and the providers' issues can be solved by the technical team. So that now is what we need to constantly update on our socials, in our media, wherever we go, so that people understand.
What's the call center number?
I have to check. It's 0800. It's a long number. Okay. I will give you during the break. Then you will put it up, and then people will be able to reach out and get answers and clarifications.
One would assume, Doctor, that you had very many meetings before the 1st of October.
Yes.
in which, just like CT is saying, so you chose not to pilot, you chose to roll it out.
Yes.
But in this decision to not pilot but roll it out,
yes,
you must have looked at these are the likely areas that we are going to have hitches.
Yes.
We are going to have a system hitch here.
Yes.
We're going to have a lack of information and awareness by various health providers.
Yes.
We do not have contracts with so many hospitals already.
Yes.
And these are hospitals that are serving people.
Yes.
You came from the private sector. You are a leader in the Private Hospitals Association.
Yes.
So you know the pain that the private hospitals associations go through. And therefore, you know that without clarity, the most likely thing they're going to do is not accept. You knew that.
Yes.
So what did you prepare for all those things?
So that's why this is not the first time there has been changes in terms of tariff and in terms of contract. Providers, and as you have clearly said, I was a provider before, used to proceed without any issue because they knew this is just a rollover, a change of prices, a change of contract will come through. And I have told you, out of the 230 dialysis centers, 220 had no issue because they understood it's not the first time there are changes in terms of prices or in terms of contract. And they proceeded and provided services without asking. Starting with Aga Khan that you have mentioned, they gave dialysis and they didn't ask any patient for cash. So that is the thing. You will have a few who might have been maybe new centers, 1 year old, who have never been part of a changeover, are not members of an association. They are standalones. So they don't know what their leaders or their associations have engaged. Because you need to understand one thing. We have 8,900 providers. Now calling 8,900 providers in one sitting is impossible.
Why is it impossible?
To a meeting, and then you tell them, all of them, to come to Nairobi, and you want to discuss with them.
You don't actually need to do that.
We have engaged them through Zooms as well. We have done digitally. Yes. And I am telling you, the challenge is some of them are not part of those associations. They are standalones, they are lone rangers, so they don't even know what's going on, what's happening. So those are now the ones that we have now to address directly.
So my question is, before the 1st of October, right?
Yes.
Had you spoken to all the 8,900 providers, all of them, and going forward with SHA, you are dealing with KMPDC, not associations. It is all institutions that have been registered by the Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Council that regulates them. So you have a focal point, KMPDC. Had you engaged the 8,900 providers? Were you satisfied that the 8,900 providers were ready for the rollout of SHA? Second question, had you engaged with all your other partners in terms of provision of equipment and services to make sure that everybody is on the same page, that you have two systems, we are continuing with the NHIF system as we roll over into the SHA system, that we shall operate two systems at the same time? Were they all aware?
We have sent memos through the branches.
Before the 1st of October?
Yes. And even after, first, second.
I'm stuck with the before the 1st of October.
Yes. So there's one thing that you need to realize. Everyone who is on KMPDC list is not contracted by NHIF.
True.
So that's one thing that you have to realize. You have, KMPDC has almost 14,000 facilities on their list.
Yeah.
The reason why everyone is not on board is because of the previous contracting issues that NHIF used to have. It used to take 2 years with many back and forth below the table discussions for you to be onboarded.
And that's why we were told by the PS here last week.
Yes.
That one of the reasons why you're not going that route.
Yes.
And using the KMPDC route.
Yes.
Is that all health facilities that are registered by KMPDC
will be empaneled
into SHA. So we don't need to think about contracts.
It will be empaneled by SHA.
Yes.
Then the second thing is, because you see facilities have the autonomy to be contracted. Contractual obligation is different from being empaneled.
Okay.
So I empanel you, Eric. Eric, you look at my tariff and you say, these prices, it's okay. I'm okay. I can't.
Look, I get you. But my question.
No, I just want you to understand first so that we are on the same page.
Right.
So it's not a must that we contract you, because it's you to decide that you want it to be contracted. So the facilities that have been empaneled or that have been contracted before by NHIF, who you assume automatically will renew their contract, are the ones now who you have communicated with and told them, because the new ones don't have any contract. So they need to be contracted first. They need to return the contracts because they were given the contracts prior to 1st of October.
Okay.
Yes. So the ones that have been on our panel before at NHIF have received and knew that these are the contracts, number one, that they have received.
But they haven't signed.
Some of them signed and returned.
What was the percentage of the 8,900 NHIF providers that had signed contracts by the 1st of October?
All public facilities.
All public facilities.
Yes. And that is
level 2 to level
4,000, almost 6,000 facilities.
Okay.
Yes. 1,400 private had signed.
By the 1st of October?
Yes.
Not by yesterday?
No. Not by yesterday. Because you see, some of them, and this is the other thing that we need to understand. There are facility administrators and there are facility owners. As a facility administrator, there is so much power that you have that you can do certain things. So you have to, if you are an administrator and it's a private sector, you have to look for the owner and say, there's a contract that has come. These are some of the issues. What do you think? But they did not stop providing services. So they are able to say, can you please allow us to sign? Or they say, okay, let's pass it through our legal team. The lawyer looks at it if there are any issues, and then we proceed. And for the first time, there is no negotiation on prices because these are things that we have already gazetted, the benefits and the tariffs. So the communication has gone out.
So you're saying that all systems were ready by the 1st of October?
I have told you we had the NHIF system, we had the manual system, which was available, and the new system.
And you had 7,442 providers ready for the rollover.
Yes.
And yet we had problems. We will talk about that. So why did we have problems from the last 6 days? Why have we been having issues? 23 minutes to 9. Our guest is Dr. Mohammed. Dr. Mohammed Abdi is the chairman of the Social Health Authority. At some point in the next hour, we are going to open up the phone lines for you. Speak to him, ask him the questions that you'd like to. And as we go into this break, he'll also look at the toll-free number, which we are going to give. If you have an issue, what's the number that you need to call? Swapping up in Nairobi, 16 and partly sunny, highs of 23 later today. Mombasa, partly sunny, highs of 31, highs of 30 again in Malindi, highs of 29 in Kisumu, highs of 25 in Nakuru later today. Nyeri, highs of 24, Kakamega, highs of 29, currently at 21. Eldoret, mostly sunny morning at 17, highs of 24 later. Johannesburg, South Africa, 18 degrees currently and highs of 26. Kinshasa, 23 currently, highs of 31. Currently 20 in sunny in Kampala, 27 are the highs. Lagos, cloudy morning at 25, highs of 29. And Addis Ababa, mostly cloudy, 16, highs of 21. Dar es Salaam, sunny morning at 26, highs of 30 later on. Paris, mostly rainy this morning at 14, highs of 18. London, cloudy at 12 and highs of 18. Beijing, sunny at 22. Those are the highs. And in New York, it's a mostly cloudy night at 18. Going to warm up later today at 23. Okay, so you're on James Gishuru Road and you're heading towards ABC Mall, and just be patient. It's busy. It's a busy morning. Same thing if you are on Red Hill and you're heading towards ABC. My goodness, it's actually really busy heading there. And also Lower Kabete Road heading towards town usually gets very busy around this area. Zen Garden heading towards town until you get to the junction with Kuna Road at the Lower Kabete Police Station, and then after that it moves on. Westlands heading towards town, very busy at Muga Estate heading towards town. Ring Road Parklands, Ring Road Westlands is busy as you approach the mall roundabout, and then after that it moves on and it's clear. Langata Road has been busy this morning heading towards T-Mall. It's still busy heading towards T-Mall. Valley Road coming towards town is busy along the Milimani Road junction into the All Saints area, and that's the Serena area heading towards town. How's it looking like on Mombasa Road? It's crazy. If you're getting towards town and you find yourself in South Sea and the traffic starts there, just be patient, because that traffic stretches all the way to Nyayo Stadium roundabout, stretches all the way to Bujala, and all the way into Railways Bridge, into Haile Selassie heading towards town. So if you're as well on Langata Road heading towards town, expect a similar kind of thing to happen. But Langata Road gets busy up to T-Mall Junction and then into Raila Odinga Way. Thereafter it moves. Dr. Mohammed Abdi, the chairman of the Social Health Authority, is our guest for these 2 hours. And the second hour, we want you to talk to him. So the toll-free number, this is what you've given me, right? I can read it.
Yes.
So this is if you're a patient,
yes,
and you would like to ask any question to the SHA people,
yes,
this is the number to call.
Yes.
0800 720 601. That's 0800 720 601. Lydiah is going to post it and also display it on the screen. That's 0800 720 601. What happens when I call this number?
You will ask all the questions that you have.
Who's going to give you? Who will pick this number?
The SHA staff. There's a call center.
Okay.
Yes.
It's a unified call center.
Yes.
From whatever part of the country you call.
Whichever part of the country that you call from, they will be able to solve your problems.
Okay.
Yes.
What are they likely to do? Walk me through the steps. If I'm at a hospital,
yes,
and I'm being told that my name is not found in the system, are they going to tell me patia huyo daktari simu?
Because they have been trained on how to handle the issues. It depends on what your issue is. They will be able to sort out, and even if they need to escalate, they will escalate it to the branch manager, to the regional manager, or to the HQ. So they have the matrix on what to do for each problems that you face.
Okay.
Yes.
When was this call center established?
It has been there.
Since when?
Since NHIF has been in existence.
Okay.
Yes.
So how come you didn't think about using it by the 30th of September? I'm still coming back into
yes.
What were you people doing up to the 30th of September?
The people who need to use, many of them know this call number.
Patients are the ones who need to use.
Yes.
Many of them don't know this number, Doctor.
That's why I'm telling you. Now what we want to do is to simplify this and make it a smaller number. Like maybe 100, 147, 741. A simpler version that someone can easily remember when they have an issue. So that will take us some time, but hopefully we will move away from this, because recalling this number
it's a
is
long
not
number.
easy. Yes,
so
exactly.
is this number displayed at the health facilities? Because one of the things that you do is you walk into a health facility and the first point of call in the health facility, you say, you have an issue with SHA?
Yes.
This is it.
Yes.
You want to talk to a SHA officer, maybe there's a SHA officer stationed here, or this is the number to call. Is it there?
In the health facilities? Not yet. They haven't yet branded because this is for SHA. It's not for the hospital. This is for SHA.
Exactly.
Yes.
And everybody who is going to a health center across the country is a SHA member.
Yes.
Now it's not about NHIF.
Yes.
Everybody.
Yes.
As long as you are 18.
Yes.
Compulsorily. Yes. You are a member of SHA.
SHA. Yes.
So you go to any health facility in this country.
Yes.
You're most likely going to need.
But if you register, you will find that in your profile. That number. If you go to, you will find the contact, which email to use, which call center or number to call for help. Have you registered, Eric?
I have.
Have you gone to your Afya Yangu portal?
I went to Afya Yangu. You told me the password
your profile. Is wrong. It said your password?
But it's the wrong password.
Yeah, you renew because you know that's your data. The same way you keep your PIN for M-Pesa secret is the same way. So you say reset password.
Okay.
And then you reset and you restart afresh.
And at what point will I see this number? 800 720.
And that's why I'm telling you we want to change this to a smaller number. Then that becomes a much easier number to remember, even offhand, that you don't need to look for it anywhere. And you don't need anyone to display it anywhere because it's a number that you easily know. You can easily remember it's 147. The same way you've seen we are saying star 147 hash to register. It's the same way we will have a smaller number that will say 147 call.
I don't know if you're getting the gist of where I'm heading.
Yes.
This conversation I'm asking, that you've had a year to prepare. Since the moment the laws were signed in Parliament by the President, they became law. And the President launched UHC in Kericho last year in October.
Yes.
It's been a year. It's been a year establishing the SHA board, you joining the board. It's been a year of transitioning from NHIF to SHA. It's been a year of getting everything else, all the ducks in a row. And it's you who decided that 1st of October was going to be the date. Not the law.
Yes.
So when you decided 1st of October was going to be the date,
so do you know what
things did you put in place to make sure that we are going to have a seamless transition?
A lot of things. The first thing that we put in place is the regulations. A law alone is not enough to implement. So that year, part of it was in court. So there was nothing that was ongoing. Because if the court says it's unconstitutional, there's nothing that you can do. Second part is to work on the regulations, public participations across the counties with the professionals. Third, we had to come up with the benefits and tariffs, which needed to be gazetted. That also needed stakeholder input. Looking at the budget, what do you have? Which one do you optimize? Which one is more important than the other? All are important, but based on the severity and based on the money that's available, you have to prioritize and say, we will start with this and not this. as we move forward. So that year, a lot has happened. The second thing is, the fourth thing is how to transition. You're establishing a whole new parastatal. So you have to do the whole HR instruments. Third, what has happened also, there was a transition committee also to do asset verification. So a year sounds too long, but when you realize what has happened, then you see a lot more has happened in those short period of time.
All these things, was there communication?
Yes. It's maybe I understand you might have seen it many times because these things have been published. Even the regulations have been published in the newspapers. The tariffs have been published in the newspapers. For all these stakeholder engagements, when the transition committee was gazetted, it was also published and it was in the newspaper. So the question is, what kind of communication and is it everyone who hears it? Because it also depends on you people. And I have heard today morning City saying that there has been a lot of challenges, but all of a sudden the impeachment is the one that is in the center stage. But there is a lot of more important news that we keep on dropping. So yes, these things have been communicated, and that's why you also said, I was here, the presidential advisors were here, all this period, the CS, the PS, the former chair, all came here to just keep on communicating what are we doing and what's happening.
Actually, what we're saying is that it was inadequate. Because if it was adequate, there would be questions, yes, but there would be questions that are not related to the non-functionality of the system. Why am I saying this? If there's a power outage, if there's a glitch in the system, and you have all the documents that are required, that is something that is easy to sort out. But when everything that we have heard arises from people who have actually gone to hospitals and they are saying we cannot access, it can be a glitch. It can be a teething problem. But when you talk about how it is you've communicated to the provider to be able to give the information, that information should also have been given to the person who was seeking the service. Because if they were clear about it, then the hoo-ha that we heard would not have arisen, because it wouldn't have been you explaining. Because you've already explained to the provider. The provider would have said, we are in communication with SHA, and this is what needs to be done. Now, this number that you're speaking of would have come in very handy, because then one knows exactly who to call. Because even right there, when you have this problem and this glitch, you can call and say, look, I'm experiencing this particular problem. What do I do? How do I go about it? Now, if we do not have information as to how that particular chain of events could have moved to the point where the health seeker, the person who is seeking healthcare has, or his issues have been resolved, then the system still needs looking into. That is as politely as I can put it.
Thank you, City. Do you know, even after today, out of the 56 million Kenyans, maybe 1 million are the ones who will know this number?
True.
So that tells you that there is no enough messaging or communication that will tell me will reach every Kenyan.
But there are ways of thinking about it. And that's why
that's why I'm coming. I'm coming.
If it's at the health facility,
let me finish so that we are on the same page.
Okay.
It can't be that this thing will be... let me reiterate again. This number was for NHIF. We haven't even changed it.
We didn't even know it.
Thank you.
I didn't know it.
Thank you. Now that tells you that there is only so much that you can communicate forward. And that's what we want to change, because even communicating this is a big challenge. 0800722601. It's not an easy number to remember. In as much as it's a toll-free line,
yes.
It's not an easy number to remember. So we rather have a simpler number that we can easily say and everyone knows SHA number. So for me, something like the 147 becomes an easier number that anyone can know. Register *147 hash. You have a problem, dial 147. And that for me answers some of the challenges that we have faced.
Exactly. And by the 30th of this thing that you're saying today with so much clarity, Daktari,
yes,
is I'm sure you'd have had the same clarity on the 30th of September. And by then, as you're thinking, we are going to roll out this system on the 1st. And we are dealing with an entire population of 56 million Kenyans. And we want as many Kenyans to know what this thing is all about, for them to understand. One of the things is we have *147 hash. Can we also make it a toll-free number, 147? Clear. Can we start talking with our service providers, the mobile service providers, to give us the 147 number so that it can be the SHA number? 147 is your SHA number you can call. *147 hash is your USSD code you can deal with SHA. Those ones. And then in every health facility, can it be clear? This is how we shall transition to SHA. From the 1st, when you come with your NHIF card, do not worry. You will be moving into SHA. If you're a contributor into NHIF, don't worry. You will be migrated to SHA. People have been receiving messages last week that you have been migrated, and they're saying, why are you forcing me to migrate into SHA? It's because they don't know. It's a lack of understanding and knowledge that this was what was going to happen anyway. If they had gotten a message, dear member, come the 1st of October, we are going to migrate you to SHA. People would be knowing. When you're getting all this pushback,
yes, it's
because you thought about everything else, but you didn't think about the user.
The communication.
If you didn't think about the user, the user now is lost. And the user is not just the patient. The user is also that person who's working in that health facility, who has not been communicated to.
We have done, I think, almost over 10,000 users that we have trained over the last 2 weeks. And these are from providers. We have trained over, and that's from just the private sector. And we have trained many other end users from the public sector as well, because the public sector wasn't even prepared as much as the private sector was prepared. So in terms of, is it adequate? Maybe not. Is it something that should come to an end immediately? No. It's a continuous process. So we will continue training, we will continue communicating, we will continue simplifying the processes that were there. And these are some of the issues. Like you see, this number has been in existence forever. The call center has been in existence forever.
Yep.
But you have been a member for NHIF for how long?
Many years.
Have you ever known you have a toll-free number to call if you have an issue?
Nope.
And that is the difference between NHIF and SHA. And that's what we will need to now inculcate. And that's the reason why we have everything of SHA is transparently done.
Okay. Now you mentioned this number.
If you look at the tariffs and the benefits, yes, City.
The question I want to ask is, when I call this number, what exactly will I get?
You will call, not to ask them how they are feeling, but you will call asking them what your issue is. So if you have your number, your card, and you have an issue in terms of how do I contribute, for example, where can I get services? Is the second thing. Is my contribution up to date? They will be able to answer all your questions. Where can I get these services?
And I am assured that when I call, there will be somebody who will respond.
Yes.
And if they don't respond, what do I do?
In terms of the line is busy, or in terms of the
hold on, we're soon connecting you to whatever it is you are supposed to be connected to, that sort of thing.
So the second alternative that you have is when the toll-free number is not working, is the branch or Huduma Center, where we have staff. So they will be able to answer the questions that you have.
And you
So you
trained
have-
all these people.
Yes. And it's a continuous training to train them on what are the issues, how to solve them, how to escalate, what are the challenges. And it will take some time. Nothing, I'm not saying we have a
Standard
perfect
Group
system.
Limited.
No, nobody's
Yes,
expecting
yes,
a perfect
yes,
system.
yes.
But as we get to the top of the hour, the question I want to ask, does SHA have a communication department?
Yes, it does.
There's a reason why I'm asking this question. Okay.
Okay.
There's a reason why, and we will probably proceed with it when it gets to the next hour.
So we'll open the phone lines for anybody who has a question, of course, to ask the chairman of the Social Health Authority. And the phone lines, of course, are 07206. What's our number?
Start.
Okay. I'm glitching. The number will be shown by Lydiah online. I'm just thinking about this 0800 720 601, which is. Okay, our number will be on the screen. Call that number. The chairman of SHA is our guest this morning. What issues have you faced as you're accessing services? Or what information would you like clarity on? For example, maybe you received a message that you've been told you've been migrated from NHIF to SHA. What does that mean? Would you like some clarity on that? If you go to a health facility today, a level 2 facility, are you going to require a SHA? Do you need a SHA card? Do you need to register for your biometrics? And how do you do that with biometrics? And all this kind of information. So let's engage with him. It's 9 a.m. News time first, then the calls later.
Spice up your life.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. The National Assembly will today continue reviewing the opinions of Kenyans regarding Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua's motion of impeachment. In the public participation held for 2 consecutive days, Kenyans expressed mixed opinions, some supporting the move, while others strongly opposed it. Gachagua has already appointed a panel of lawyers to defend him against 11 charges labelled against him with 191 MPs. Meanwhile, Gachagua will tomorrow confront his accusers with at least 3 star witnesses lined up to testify against him. Kibwezi West MP Mwigi Mutuse, who last Tuesday tabled a notice of motion against the country's second in command, will call his key witnesses, including Nairobi Governor Johnson Sakaja. Other key witnesses in the impeachment motion against Gachagua include Secretary to the Cabinet Mercy Wanjau and former acting KEMSA CEO Andrew Mulwa. The 3 witnesses are expected to take to the stand to provide finer details to justify the grounds upon which Mutuse has premised his impeachment motion against Gachagua. Raila Odinga's Azimio la Umoja One Kenya is in pole position to produce the next chairperson of the Council of Governors in elections slated for today. Several candidates have declared their interest in succeeding outgoing chairperson Anne Waiguru, whose 2-year term is ending. The 47 county bosses will meet at a Nairobi hotel for an extraordinary session to elect new officials. After 2 years at the bench, President William Ruto's Kenya Kwanza Alliance is believed to be willing to cede the influential position to their rivals come partners now in a working arrangement. Among those interested in the chairperson role include Governors Joseph Olelenku of Kajiado, Gladys Wanga of Homa Bay, and COG Vice Chairperson Ahmed Abdullahi Jir, who's also the Governor of Wajir, all of whom are from Raila Odinga's party. And from Ruto's side, those keen to succeed Waiguru include Mudhomi Njuki of Tharaka Nithi and Johnson Sakaja of Nairobi. SHA Chairperson Dr. Abdi Mohammed says there's still a lot of misinformation about SHIF from false propagators. Speaking on SpiceFM's Situation Room, he has, however, urged Kenyans to visit the SHA website for clarity.
So much fake news that you will end up listening without realizing that you are being lied to. So don't just accept everything that you see in the public domain and assume it's true. So you need to verify first, even read for yourself. Then now we can have a debate and say, okay, this was not good, or this can be improved, or this is how we should have done. Then we can proceed and say, okay, that is good feedback, and then we see how to incorporate. But there is a lot of misinformation.
Hillside and Asha Academy will be reopened this week, a month after a dormitory fire at the school claimed the lives of 21 pupils. The tragedy on the night of September 5th at the school located in Kenny constituency left over a dozen other pupils with injuries. Nyeri County Director of Education Jen Jogu has said the school has been undergoing renovation and the repair works were at the final touches.
We have settled for Wednesday so that even if they complete before Wednesday, the school will take time to reorganize themselves, have staff meetings and the rest to ensure that when the learners come in, those that are sitting assessments will just go on.
The boys lost their personal items, so the parents have been provided with 21,000 shillings, among other assistance that the government has done, so that they are able to buy some personal belongings to their children.
Parents have exuded confidence in the school even as it has reduced the number of boarding students from 300 to 195.
Kwa sasa tumesaidia watoto wetu nyumbani. We have been counseling my brother. Tumempeleka therapy, tukampeleka kanisani, tumemshughulikia, tumemwongelesha. Na sasa tumepona roho juu tumeshikiliwa na government, tumeshikiliwa na wakubwa wa shule. Kwa hivyo tutarudisha watoto tu hapa kwa hii shule Wednesday.
Hatuna hofu hata kidogo ati watoto wakikuja kuboard watachomeka. Hii ni mkosa kama ile ingine. Juu tunaendaga na magari inaaguka. Hiyo gari hutasema nitatokaga hapa mpaka Nyeri miguu ama undana Nairobi miguu. Hata kwangu kukishomeka sitajinyoga, nitakaa wapi? Hii saidi hatutoki.
That's the news wire. I'm Lydiah Obaga.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Well, it's getting better somewhat. Thika Superhighway, it's stretched now. It's not beyond the junction with Outer Ring Road at Allsops. It's actually at Survey, which is not so bad. Kiambu Road is clear, and that's a good thing. Westlands heading towards town is getting clearer, and that's a good thing. Ring Road, Westlands heading towards Ring Road, heading towards Westlands is not so bad. Hey, the people who are on this road called Red Hill Link Road, my friend, those ones, Nikubaya. Limuru Road in Kitisuru and getting into Peponi Road is not looking good as well. Lower Kabete Road, not looking good either. Now, Langata Road has been bad. Mombasa Road has been bad, heading towards town from South Sea, getting towards now Stadium Roundabout. Langata Road has improved, so has Aerodrome Road. Jogoo Road is actually clear now. Landis Road is only busy at the bus station, and the rest is okay. Outer Ring Road is now looking a bit better, only busy around Feather Estate, and then North Airport Road is actually looking much better. And so is the Eastern Bypass. It's now cleared. So let's see. Things are getting much, much better. How they'll be looking like in about half an hour, we shall look and tell you.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Now, listen, it's 7 minutes after 9, and we've said we're giving away 2,500 money straight into your Loop account, and you haven't done what we have asked you to do, which is download the Loop app, or if you've already downloaded and registered, just do a transaction and send us a screenshot of a transaction from your Loop app, whether you're transferring money, whether you're paying someone, whether you are receiving money, or whether you're putting money into an account, do something. Okay? There are very many things that you can do with the Loop app. Please interact with it. See what works for you. In some cases, you may find that, this is giving us too much information. You can just describe. Go onto our DMs on SpiceFM KE on X and tell us, this is what I've been able to do with my Loop app. I have been able to link my card, which was on this account, to this account. I've been able to transfer and make a payment to somebody who I needed to make a payment to. I've been able to actually transfer using either the NCBA account. I've done EFT, I've done RTGS, I've done PesaLink, because you can all do all those things. I've done my mobile money transfer. Or I've applied for a loan and I've received a loan. Or I've been told this is how much I qualify for as a loan. Any of those things, and we will give you 2,500 straight into your Loop account at the end of the show. Make sure you do that. The other hand is, if you want some 3,000 shillings worth of airtime, we want you to just tell us about how the Safaricom Home Fiber has transformed your life. It transforms life in very many ways. You have access to internet wherever you are. Maybe it's your office and you've subscribed to the Safaricom Home Fiber, or it's at home and you've subscribed to Safaricom Home Fiber. Particularly you've noticed the change in speeds, because we've been talking about the change in speeds recently, that the speeds are now much faster, depending on whatever package you take. Whatever package you take, Safaricom has decided, we are increasing the speeds, and those speeds are much higher. Tell us how that is impacting you. 3,000 shillings worth of airtime could come to you at the end of the show. City. Remind us the day's proverb.
Yes.
And Dr. Mohammed will remind us his interpretation of that proverb, which is actually very, very good.
No, his interpretation is excellent, actually.
Mm-hmm.
If you are told a dog had run off with your ear, would you run after the dog or first search for your ear?
My interpretation is don't just listen what you are told. First, you have to find out what is it that you are being told before you take an action, whether it's true or not. So you understand for yourself, and then now you can ask for clarification and accept the message and the messenger, or dismiss.
Okay.
Yes.
So the new payments into SHIF.
Yes.
2.75%
yes.
of your gross income.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
So a friend of mine here called Andrew says, I will pay 10,000 shillings a month.
Yes.
To this shift thing.
Yes.
And yet and only be entitled to 950 shillings dental.
Yeah.
Or 1,000 shillings optical.
Yes.
Surely. 10,000 shillings a month.
Yes.
120,000 shillings premiums a year.
Yes.
And what I'm entitled to is 950 for dental.
Okay.
1,000 for optical.
So there has been a lot of issue on the issue of benefits and tariffs. So there is one thing that we need to understand when you are designing a benefit package for a UHC program. What you look at is what is the severity of this condition? What is the catastrophic nature of spending in terms of money that the person needs to spend on? Then what is the available resources? What is the disease burden? So that you are able to say, this is the basket that we have, because this is a social health insurance. This is the basket of resources that we have, and this is the problems that we are facing as a country. Then what do we need to prioritize that will help people from not running into challenges? So there is someone who is paying 10,000. There is someone else who is paying 300 shillings. So these two will be in one basket, which is 10,300. And now you need to provide services which is equivalent to this 10,300. And that's how you come up with the benefit and tariffs. But more importantly is for Kenyans to realize it. For the first time, they can actually participate in designing that benefit and tariff, because we have a benefits and tariffs committee established under the regulations that has civil society representation, has provider representations, has the DG, has the ministry CS appointee, has SHA appointee, only one seat, has experts in health economics, has council of governors appointees, and then allows individuals and associations and groups to petition and say, we have seen this, and that needs to be gazetted, and the benefit and tariff to be reviewed after every 2 years. So
there's one cadre of individual missing from that group, an expert in costing.
A health economist.
A health economist is not necessarily an expert in costing, but
yes,
go on.
Yes. So you have, there's an actuary from the SHA.
Okay.
SHA's representative is an actuary.
Is an actuarist.
Yes.
Go on, then you've answered my question.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So that way, now you can petition and say, there is a disease that you have forgotten, or there is a procedure that's missing from your benefits and tariffs. So that's how we have come up with the current benefits and tariffs. To be honest, dental was not part and parcel of NHIF benefits.
Ever.
It was, but for the few chosen ones.
How did the few chosen ones get chosen to have their teeth represented?
Because they were the so-called managed schemes. And who did it belong to? It belonged to people who are currently in active employment in the three arms of government, or who have retired from those three arms of government. So they were the only ones who had dental and optical. The rest of us Kenyans did not have those things.
So essentially they arranged preferential treatment for themselves?
Yes. They had a preferential treatment because they had what is called managed schemes.
Okay.
And that's why, so that people understand, when you see a lot of backlash, we said we don't want under SHA to have preferential treatment. What we want is everyone to have the same benefit and the same tariff.
Let me ask a question.
Yes.
If you say that 10,300 is what forms the basis on which you will provide the service.
Yes.
All right. The reason why people have access to other services is often a question of what they're willing to pay in addition.
Yes.
NHIF was at a point where they even had similar services.
Yes.
There are branches of government that had these managed schemes where you paid more than what other people were paying, but then you were given more services.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Now, this committee that you mentioned that SHA has, what are they going to be considering? Are they going to be considering something similar? Because there's a basic service that everybody gets.
Yes.
What about if somebody wants more and they're willing to pay for it?
You go to the private sector. We allow you to go to the private sector. And this committee is not for SHA. It's at a university. Based at a university, secretarial services is provided by the Ministry of Health. You just need to look at under regulation. Now this is what they do. That committee receives petitions, looks at what has been in the tariff, what has been the benefits. They look at the basket. They look at and they say, how is the uptake that we have had over the last few years. So the other thing that we need to realize is what is it that we need to prioritize as a country moving forward. And that's what now that committee will be looking at and saying, we have received this petition.
Which diseases do we?
Yes, which diseases is prevalent, which is the one that's pushing people into poverty. Because I don't recall if you have ever been called for a harambe for dental procedure, ever. Extractions. So you see, but you have been called for someone who needs transplant. Because that is a huge burden to individual and to families. So that is the prioritization that this group will be doing, that they will say, this is what we can, and it has to be sustainable. So they will look at the amount, what we have in the basket, and what we can offer as a service.
From your math,
yes,
and even with your actuaries,
yes,
what's the average highest amount that you're going to be receiving from individuals? There are, of course, those that are going to be on 300.
Yes.
There are those that are going to be on 20,000, like Andrew, my friend.
Yes.
But where is the median?
The median is around 600 shillings.
600 shillings a month.
Yes. That will be the average that we will receive from the majority of Kenyans.
Okay.
Because that's what is the premium that we will receive from. But what I want us also to realize is, this is the other thing that the public needs to understand, that if only people who have chronic conditions pay, and the young people say, I'm not interested, or I am employed. You are employed formally today. You can be fired tomorrow. Retrenchment can happen easily. Today you are paying 10,000 as your premium because you have a salary.
Yeah.
But tomorrow you don't have a salary, and you might be ending up paying the 400 shilling as your premium, or 500 shilling as your premium. So everyone needs to pay. If I am a dialysis patient and I pay 500 and it's 6,000, and if we are a million of us, we will pay 1,000 of us even, we will pay 6 million shilling only. 1,000 of us, 6 million. Do you know how much that your 6,000 can't even cover one session for dialysis? Just one. And this is your annual premium. It can't cover one session. So meaning you need more people, another 1 million people maybe, to pay 300 or 6,000 each. Then you have a basket now that can say, okay, we cover the person who is suffering from kidney conditions,
right,
and we cover the person who needs surgery,
right,
and we cover the person who has cancer, because
right,
those are catastrophic expenditure diseases,
Dr.
and very costly.
Why is SHIF paying for chronic conditions?
Why is SHIF
paying for chronic?
That is the one.
Why would SHIF be paying for chronic? I thought we have 3 funds at Asha.
Yes.
One of those funds
Yes.
is the Chronic, Critical and Emergency
Yes.
Care Fund,
Yes.
which is exchequer funded.
Yes.
Not coming from SHIF.
And now this is where now Kenyans need to help us in terms of resource allocations. So the Emergency Chronic Critical Illness Fund was not meant to be the first payer. So you have contributed, you have done your 2 or 3 dialysis sessions, you need extra session. Now the chronic comes in. You have undergone radiotherapy, 4 sessions, you have exhausted from your basket of SHIF. Now you need extra. Previously, what was happening is you are supposed to go back to your pocket. The reason why we have set up the exchequer-funded Chronic Critical Illness Fund is now this one steps in and says, Eric has exhausted his chronic disease treatment, but the disease is not yet over, or the treatment is not yet over. He needs few more sessions or few more interventions, and that's where now the chronic critical illness was supposed to step in. So for this current budget, we haven't been allocated enough. And that's where we started.
How much do you need?
For this one, we can take up as much as possible, even 100, 200 billion, because you don't want to limit people's extra, because in terms of diseases, you don't know. Yes. So, but the estimated amount was around 80 billion.
Okay.
Yes.
Take us a little back.
Yes.
Is there a place or a space in which biometric systems feature in this rollout that we're speaking of?
Thank you. I wanted to address, I had already even written it. So there's no place for biometrics in the current system. If you are an adult and you have a national ID, you will use your biometrics that you had given during your registration for your ID. That's what now the system pulls. That all you need is, you just say, this is my national ID, whatever number it is, and the system will be able to pick that from NRB, the National Registration Bureau. So the people who will need ID, the biometrics, are dependents who are above 7 and 18, in between. But for now, once you declare them as your dependents, OTP is enough. So for adults, you don't need biometrics.
Okay.
That's why we have one single source of truth. Eric does not become CT overnight because he has given his fingerprints in another system, in another database, so that you don't have many databases with different fingerprints. You just have one. We identify CT because CT has given his biometrics long time ago.
But Dr. we do already have the problem that you've just mentioned we don't have.
Yes.
If you are in Maisha number, it's a new set of fingerprints, blah, 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 blah. If you're in Huduma number, it's a new set of blah, 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 blah. If you have the old ID, which I have, you have it blah, 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 blah. Now Shift comes along and says, it is unified, it is one. I'm going somewhere with this. Part of the problems that we are talking about, and it's problems with systems. We say that NHIF had a certain system, okay? People had been trained in it. SHA has come with another system, okay? People had been trained in it, I assume, okay? Now, is there reference to the transfer of data from one system to another? Why is this? Why am I raising this issue? Because one of the things we keep dealing with in this country is the employment of spirits. They are called ghost workers. And they exist. And part of the problem that NHIF seem to have is the same problem that the education system has. Money is deployed to institutions that don't exist, students who don't exist, NHIF, patients who don't exist, ailments which don't exist. So, the moment you have multiple sources of identification, that problem doesn't seem like it's going to come to an end soon.
And if you have listened to me carefully, I said we will use the National Reference Bureau data. So CT is only CT. There's no other CT.
This is the one with registering your ID.
Yes.
The National Registration Bureau.
Yes. So that way, we don't have many other databases. We are using one database. We are not creating our database. And we are telling you to use your ID as your identifier. I'm not giving you a SHA number. I'm just telling you, just declare your number and say, my ID number is 1022. That's it.
That's it.
Yes.
That's
Even when you are registering, that's what you register
ID.
with. Because when you go to the registration portal, it just tells you ID and your data comes up. If you have tried, try, you will see. You say your ID number, it tells you you are so and so, so and so, so and so, from this village, from this town, from this. Your data as it was.
Let's go to the phone lines because we had promised that we're going to let people speak to you. 0719 012 600. That's the number, okay? 0719 012 600. Let's go to the phone lines. Let's hear this. Good morning. Hello.
Hello. Good morning.
Morning to you. How are you doing?
My name, I'm fine, thank you.
What's your name?
My name is Dr. Darwin Ambuka.
Go ahead, ask your question.
Thank you. I have a few comments. I've been listening to Dr. Mohammed Abdi, the chairman, my fellow colleague. And most of us in healthcare actually are opposing shift. We are not pro-shift because of the the sequence in which it has been laid down. First, talk about NHIF, which was established in 1966 and has grown over time. NHIF has grown to cover mothers, that is the Linda Mama. It has gone to cover school-going children as the Edwafia. It had expanded its wings to kidney, renal transplant, and dialysis. And we felt it was a fairly working system. Now, when SHIF was being brought in, it would have instead just looked like a merger. Why, one, create a very new system? If you look at how the SHIF was being set up, there are three funds actually. There is the primary health care fund, there is an emergency and chronic illness fund, and the social health insurance fund. And the first two funds, they are being catered for from the exchequer. Now, the 2.75 of our gross is going to run the social health insurance fund. We got a problem with the tendering system of this fund. It was from single-sourced tendering system, and we've seen a lot of information, including a company called Apiero. Apiero is being run by one Gatabaki Judy, who's related to one of the people who were known in government.
Dr. Ambuka, sorry to interrupt you. You're going round now. So the main issue here, the main thrust of your issue is that you are opposed to this because of opacity in the process.
No, we're opposed to this because of the tendering system. Government institutions are supposed to have it's supposed to be a national tendering system, not a single source tendering system. That is one.
All right. Let's take that one. Let's take that one, Dr. Amboka, because we have other callers on the line. Gregory, Nairobi, good morning.
Morning, how are you?
Very well.
Yes, I'm currently working in Mukuru kwa Ruben.
Okay.
The informal settlement to the marginalized people. I have three questions for Daktari here. How are the marginalized going to afford the payment for the poor? I mean, without a source of income, how are they going to afford this healthcare? Number two, is it an insurance fund or a social payment scheme? I mean, from my understanding of insurance is that you pay less to get more. But from this, it's like we're removing more money to get less. And the last one is there a 5-year budget plan, like after this, regime is out? What is the sustainability of the healthcare program? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Gregory. Biwot in Nairobi, hello. Nandi, Biwot.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Yes, mine will be just very quick.
Go ahead.
I want to ask Daktari one question. When he was introducing his talk, he talked about fake news on this social health insurance fund. Now, what mechanism does the ministry have to counter this fake news? Have they partnered with the media houses so that this kind of fake news can be done away with? Now, another one is this kind of share. If I go to hospital, will I walk in and walk out without being asked any pay, the way some other insurance covers are doing?
Thank you.
Number three, what are they going to do with the retirees once they are out of the work? Will they transition them also to their retirement, whatever benefits, so that they don't get confused with this issue?
Thank you, Biwot.
That's my question.
Thank you, Biwot. Amos in Nairobi, hello.
Yes, good morning.
Morning.
Now, I have three questions. First is to tell the chair, the fake news normally comes as a result of lack of news. So when there is lack of news, then there is fake news. The problem we have in Kenya is always rushing. Even with the things which might be important, people always rush. I don't know what the interest. Now, my question is, we've talked about the poor. The initial NHF, we used to pay the installment, the 500 per month. Now, this one, the fake news, I don't know whether it's fake news or it is the right news, you will be paying upfront. If you're paying 3,000, 300, at the beginning of the year, you pay 3,600. Now, how is it affordable to the poor, to Abonabon and the rest? The second thing, I feel there is a fairness in contribution, that is okay. But in terms of benefits, there is no fairness. People are really struggling. Now, the dental, optical, the initial NHF, we never used to have them. We were paying less. Now that we are paying more, especially the employed, why are we still being punished by being given less? The last time I also attended a sensitization forum by their members, they talk of Linda Mama, and this thing was covering level 1 and level 2, that is free. But now when you go to deliver, which is most likely level 4 and above, or level 3 and above, you have to be a fully paid up member. So are these pregnant women aware, so that as long as they go for the clinic, they also need to pay so that they can deliver? If it is a fake news, maybe you can clarify.
Thank you.
If it is not, then I think we also need to know.
Thank you. Victor in Nairobi, before the doctor answers to these questions.
Yes, good morning, Latiff.
Good morning, Victor.
Yes, the other day I was in Migori, my home county in Migori, Nyeri sub-county. There is a place called Kadem, for Onger. I was asking around because I'm a pre-hospital caregiver, ambulance operation and others. So I was just doing my rough sampling on how much people know about the shift and all these things around shaft. You can trust that most people don't know about this. And since I'm in an ambulance operation system, people are asking like we've heard about serikali inalipa, layman's perception that serikali inalipa, and I normally find a rough time giving that answer, because even for us, we don't have a clear answer. So kindly, if Dr. is in a position to make it clear on a primary, emergency and all that, how does it work?
All right. I think you can even start with that. Right? Just explain, how do those three funds work? When I go to a level 1, level 2 facility, do I go back home free, not paying a thing?
Thank you. So the three funds, the primary healthcare fund, the social health insurance fund, and the emergency chronic critical illness fund. So primary healthcare fund is tax funded. It's free. That is the one that comes from Treasury. You can access it in level 2, 3, and selected level 4s. Selected level 4s, one of them could be Loitoktok sub-county hospital, because there is no health center dispensary nearby in that town. So that's how we do the selected level 4s. So for that one, you don't need to, all you need to do is register to begin with. Just register. Star 147, yes, for SHA.
Okay.
Then you are entitled to that access.
And registration means pay?
No.
You don't need to pay?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. You just register to begin with.
Okay.
And do your proximus testing. Then now, for you to benefit from higher services in level 4, 5, 6, then you have to go to, if you are unemployed, do your proximus testing, you pay your premium. Then now you have moved to the social health insurance fund. There, you have paid a premium. Then now you have access to those services.
Okay.
The third one is emergency chronic critical illness. So emergency is free whether you have registered or not registered. So that one you don't need any form of even registration, because it's an emergency. There's no time to tell you register when you are bleeding.
Yeah.
So that one is automatic.
You go to any health facility.
Yes. Yes.
If it's an accident, you may be taken to the nearest facility, which will be at level 5. Any
for emergency. The chronic critical illness fund was supposed to address the issues when you have exhausted your tariffs at shift level. Now you continuously need services because you have done your part in terms of your disease is not yet cured and you need to benefit. Then now you move in, it steps in and reduces the burden. Okay. That was the idea, and it's also tax funded as well. For emergency, it has been in the Constitution from 2010, never implemented. It was in the
You're never supposed to be turned away for an emergency.
It used to be never to be turned away by word of mouth, but there was no one who took up responsibility to pay. But now here we are saying SHA is taking up that responsibility to say we will settle that bill to the provider. So that is the thing.
Somebody's then just on the same line, I think Amos is asking about the expectant mothers.
Yes.
So you're going for clinic at Kimana Dispensary.
Yes.
And then when it comes to delivery, you go to Oloitoktok.
Yes.
Level 4.
Yes.
At Kimana, you went home. Oloitoktok, now they say this is a level 4 and it's a referral.
So it's if Oloitoktok is select level 4 hospital, then you don't need to pay, because it's part of the primary health care. So your delivery is covered. And remember, I would say 60 to 70% of deliveries occur in level 2 and 3 facilities. Yes, and the health center level. So what the issue of now let me go back to each of the
so in
people.
This one what we are saying
you are not paying.
If you go to a health center or dispensary
for delivery all you need is to have registered. All you need is to have registered. That's it.
And this is with reference to government public hospitals,
even private and mission hospitals that have signed the contract for level 2.
And how will the citizens know which have signed? Ahead of time.
Ahead of time.
Yes, you need to know.
So when you go for prenatal clinics.
Yes, you can ask the facility. Are you part of the SHA? Okay. Now you will advise me on how you want, other than saying SHA accredited facility. I don't know how else they will be able to communicate.
That communication department that I mentioned, exactly, is their job, because you are talking about 47 counties. You need to know. Okay.
Yes.
I am in Wajir. I am in Turkana. I am in Samburu.
Yes.
I am in Marsabit.
Yes.
I am in Tana River.
Yes.
Which hospital? The government hospitals are known, public hospitals are known. Which private hospital have you signed up with that I can go to?
So there are, even as it is currently.
It is that communication that I'm talking about.
Yes.
Okay? So that it is known. If it is budgeted for, let the public know where they can go ahead of time.
So there are a few ways to do that. One is the toll-free number, which should be able to guide you in your locality which facility is on the panel contracted. The second one is the facility to display and say they are SHA accredited. Then the third way is your branch should be able to tell you if you walk to your nearest branch or Huduma Center. But I fully understand your city, because I'm not a communication expert.
No, you're not. But yes, imagine a situation when people were asked to public participate, as they were on Friday, and they were told, all you need to do is look at the Gazette notice on this and this date. It will tell you where it is that you are actually supposed to go to public participate. Or look at our website. Look at the parliamentary website and determine from the website, depending on the county that you're from, where it is. I think you've understood my point.
And we have those two.
It needs to be communicated effectively.
Okay.
Whether it is through radio, whether it is newspapers, local vernacular, yes, so that no one can say they have not been told.
Okay, I get you, and I think this is a challenge that I will take back to the communication department. They need to up their game when it comes to the issue of communication. I can't be a jack of all trades, so I don't know what they need. If it was a medical side, I would have given a clear explanation.
Let's take a break. We come back and respond to the rest of the questions, and then we pick a few more. All right? It's 18 minutes to 10. Our guest this morning is Dr. Mohammed Abdi. He is the chairman of the Social Health Authority. He's here to answer your questions and all the concerns that have been raised. Gregory, Amos, Biwot, Dr. Ambuka, all the questions are going to be responded to shortly. Do you think you need to visit a health facility near you? If you're thinking about a health facility near you, then Aga Khan University Hospital has answered that question, because they're saying, fear, worry not, stress not, we have facilities near you. 53 outpatient centers. That's a big number, City. And the Aga Khan University Hospital is saying, you don't have to come to the main facility for these outpatient services. We can actually get them there in all these 53 facilities. Just look out in your neighborhood. Do you see an Aga Khan medical center? Go in there. They will be able to sort you out in very many of the things that you need to do to get healthcare services. That's what they promise, and that's what they deliver.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
A special report. Good morning, kid. Leo, tupe our listeners some game. Imagine kuwa na a reliable squad all through your day.
Squad unaweza count on, maze.
Uta enjoy all things finance and fun. Talk of transacting seamlessly. Plus, unaweza link other bank cards kwa app. Ulipe bills easily na uweke standing orders,
Ku-access loans za kugrow life yako nayo. It's just one time.
Squad sasa ni loop. Loops here to suit your lifestyle.
No matter what your financial or lifestyle need is, the Loop Squad will be there by your side to sort you out. Download Loop today.
It's not just an app, it's a lifestyle. Why wait? Loop it. Regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya.
Seal the deal every day with the all-in-one plan from Safaricom. Get data, minutes, and SMS all-in-one on-the-go monthly bundle plan from Safaricom. Tune into the Situation Room every Monday to Friday as we unpack the all-in-one monthly plan from Safaricom. Safaricom is for you.
The weather with SpiceFM.
What's happening around the country? Yes, mostly cloudy in Nairobi, currently at 17, highs of 23 later. Mombasa, 27 and sunny right now. 29 and sunny right now in Malindi. Kisumu right now, sunny at 25. Nakuru City, sunny at 19. Nyeri Town, sunny at 16. How is Eldoret Town? 18 and mostly sunny morning. Kampala, sunny at 21. Kinshasa, mostly cloudy at 24. Lagos, mostly cloudy at 25. Johannesburg, partly sunny at 20. It's also a cloudy morning in Addis Ababa at 17. Mogadishu is sunny. It's already 30 degrees in Mogadishu. Dar es Salaam, partly sunny at 27. In Paris, cloudy morning at 14. In London, cloudy as well at 13. In Beijing, sunny afternoon at 22. And New York, mostly cloudy night at 18. It should be improving, but is it? Well, Kiambu Road has been okay this morning. It's just a thicker superhighway, which is not so bad. It's starting on Madare, coming towards that interchange. After that, it clears. You can choose to go the Muranga Road way, or you can choose to go the Wangari Maathai Road way. You will be okay. You'll only find traffic in Ngara into the Globe Cinema roundabout, and then thereafter you'll be all right. It has been busy on James Geshoro Road. It's still quite busy. It was also very, very busy on the Red Hill Link Road, but it's cleared. Lower Kabete Road has cleared. Limuru Road has been okay this morning. Mombasa Road was busy earlier, stretching all the way to the Nyayo Stadium roundabout. It's now okay. It's also okay on Bujala roundabout. It's also okay on Aerodrome Road. That's Wakihori Road. It's also okay on Langata Road coming towards T-Mall. It's okay on Ngong Road heading towards town. Even Kenyatta Avenue and Valley Road are very okay. Only traffic you'll find around Kenyatta Avenue is the traffic towards the Nyayo House roundabout. Roads are looking better. Thank you for your patience.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Dr. Mohammed Abdi, chairman of SHA, is still here. Continue answering the other questions.
Okay. So there is I think Darwin was trying to explain the three funds.
Yes.
But it seems he hasn't understood. He just needs to go back and read the documents for him to know what they are and how they interface. Yes, we will not have managed schemes, and we just want that to be very clear. and that will be in line with answering the question of Amos. Fairness in contribution and fairness in benefits, because previously NHIF had all members were equal, but some were more equal than the others. That is the kind of thing that we don't want to have. What we wanted is to have fairness in contribution, and the reason why we need fairness in contribution is if you earn $1 million and you are paying 1,700. And someone else earns 5,000 and they pay 500. That is 10% vis-a-vis 0.017%. And you know, 1 shilling to a person who earns little is more valuable than the person who earns $1 million. They cannot be related. Fairness in benefits, that is equality. You get all equal benefits, so there is no one who gets extra because they are paying extra, and that is the thing that we need to be aware of. So there were Gregory talked about the issue of marginalized. Yes. So once you register and you do your means testing, it will identify you as an indigent.
How is this means testing done? Remember, we have a means testing problem at the university funding side.
No, this one is better.
How is this one working?
This one is the one where the education will come to learn from. I assure you, because we have looked at the data, we have piloted, we have tested it in 8 counties. We have gone to the marginalized households at that level. Looked at the model, tested it, and come up with this means testing. So it's not.
So what questions are you asked for it to do?
Simple questions. What kind of house do you? What do you do? Unemployed or self-employed? Where do you stay? Locality. Married, children, household, where do you live? Do you own the house? What else do you own in terms of, is it 10 acres? Is it, do you have livestock? Do you have electronics? Do you have cars? So you answer all those questions, and then finally it will give you a premium that you need to pay. So it also identifies you as an indigent. So it says Abdi is poor, and the amount is 50 shilling. So that's someone who can't afford the minimum premium of 300. So this one is the person now who is identified as indigent, and they are the ones who are supposed to be paid for by the national government. But there are others who have been identified by the Ministry of Social Protection. The one for Waze, yes.
It's called the Inua Jamii.
Inua Jamii.
So the people in Inua Jamii
automatically will be moved to SHA and will be given the beneficiary, paid for by the Ministry of Social Protection. So those ones, they don't have an issue. So it's these other ones who are unemployed, never identified as indigents by anyone. Those are now the ones who will be identified through the proxy means testing.
How are you getting the information from the State Department for Social Protection into this one?
No, they are giving us the list. So they will say these are the people and these are the people we are paying for. Yes. Actually, and it's not supposed to be physical receive. It's API. We connect into their system, and the data is migrated automatically to the database of SHA that says these are the people we are paying for, and this is the process. Similar to the people who are paid for by governors or MPs. So they will list and say these are the people. But you know those ones now, because they are not indigents as such, it's people now who are under social protection from the governor. Then they will register, similar process, calculate their premium, then the governor or whoever is paying will pay. So the issue of insurance is, he said, pay less and pay more benefits. It's not. The way this social health insurance works is everyone pays to their ability. Mm-hmm. There's no round figure to say this is the universal figure that we are paying for. You are paying according to your ability. Mm-hmm. And then we put that together, and then we give you benefits based on availability of resources. So it's not a matter of demanding, because I have paid more, I need more. Or I have paid less, because what will happen is the person who pays 3,600, if you go to the private market and you say private insurance, they say that they can do last expense only for this one, no medical. So you can imagine if that was the route that we had taken. So it is for that reason that we are saying people need to pay according to their ability and get equality in terms of benefit. Sustainability depends on, and this is the reason why our benefits are not superfluous, like humongous to say we can do this, we will give you this. No, we are able to rationalize and say this is what we have in terms of resources, and this is what we can offer. If we need to offer more, we need more money, and that's how we have justified. And that's why we have also removed the issue of managed schemes, because they were draining the basket. They contribute 1 shilling, they consume 3.
And the other 2 are contributed by others?
By others.
Okay.
And the sustainability becomes a big challenge.
Let's take 2 more calls before we conclude. The first one is Moha in Nairobi. Moha, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm good.
Please ask your question.
One thing that is very surprising to me is that we are discussing SHA as if it's a noble social program. Let me just help those who are listening here to zoom out for a bit and look at this thing critically. We are discussing a scam. I'm going to repeat that again. We are discussing a scam.
Okay, elaborate your point. You've got a minute, Moha.
I don't even know where to begin. I don't know where to begin,
you have
honestly.
a question?
No, it's not a question. I'm just putting it out there so that people get a clear picture of what is happening.
What makes it a scam?
The whole thing. There's no part of it that is here to benefit anybody. Maybe those who cooked it up. As in, for me, it's preposterous. I don't believe what I'm listening or hearing.
Okay, Moha. Let's hear from Samuel Mwariri. Samuel Mwariri, good morning.
Good morning, Eric, Siti, and Daktari.
Good morning. Should you ask the question, please?
Okay, mine is for that, the means test. They have said they have piloted and does what and whatever, but why do they not use the KNBS report? You were just from census like 2-3 years ago. Why do they not use that? Because it was a real deal. We were told to go home, so you are counted and they saw whatever is in our homes. Then if they say, for example, they ask questions. I've tried registering to that SHA. They ask the question of, do you live in a stone-walled house or something of so? What if that person is hosted? That's not his home. There are many people who are hosted there outside. Then you are 18 and above and maybe you have no work. And they give you a quotation of maybe 1,800. Where do they expect you to come with such kind of amount? Then the other thing, to some other civil servants and companies, they use the private insurance. What about them? Are they still linked to NHIF? Is it a compulsory? Why should it be then a compulsory? And if it's not compulsory, then what about the private insurance? Right. And to the and now the last one,
that's so he can respond to that because we're running out of time.
Okay.
So respond to that one by Samuel.
Thank you. we have used the data for KNBS. And this is the other thing that people need to realize. What we have done is that database is our baseline. So the reason why we have gone back to 18 counties is to test it, and more so the lower socioeconomic status, and see, does it really reflect on the reality? Because you see, you can have a national survey, but you also need to go and try and see, does it really work at that level, so that you validate and say yes, or you need to tweak a little bit more and make it better than what is available. So for me, I would say that's the reason why, and that's why I was telling you, the education will come and learn from us, because just taking global data alone will not be helpful, but you need to go back and see and test it, pilot, as CT says, to the ground, to individual households, and find out what you get on this other end. Is it the reality as you are seeing it?
Final thing, Daktari,
yes.
as we close the show, in about 30 seconds.
Yes.
Many of the people who are commenting, even on our live stream, as you can see it on social media, many of them are saying, there are so many people who just don't believe this thing. They don't understand it, they just don't believe it, they're just seeing red flags everywhere. What do you say to them as the chairman of SHA?
I think what we need to do is do a lot of more communication and education, actually, not even communication, because people need to understand and they need to realize that for the first time there are benefits that you get without even paying a premium in this. So you are moving away from a space where you had to be a member, paid up for you to benefit. And even previously, you had to have paid for 2 months waiting period for you to get a benefit. But for SHA, we are saying you pay today, you access benefits today, immediately. So you see, those are the things that people are not yet understood.
So it will take time to create this awareness.
For sure.
Please do. It's important. Thank you for joining us today. Dr. Mohammed Abdi is the chairman of the Social Health Authority. He's been our guest for the last 2 hours. We'll have him again with more questions from you. 10 a.m. Have a lovely day. See you tomorrow.
It's now 10 o'clock.